F-48 only.
Sounds like trouble. Ooh, no, it is. That is. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, we're back. Ladies, gents, and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath. How we doing? Very warm welcome. Good evening, good day, good morning, good afternoon, wherever you're watching from in the world. Ted Coningsby bringing you military aviation, and today we're in the official Lakenheath viewing area, the viewing enclosure, a designated car park for us to enjoy military aviation. How are we doing? It does feel like a Monday at the moment for us. We had to skip yesterday as it wasn't too good here in the country. So I hope everyone is safe and well, and all is good from yesterday's Storm Floris, I believe it was. Hope we're all good. Hope we're well. There's a few bits, a few gusts, just causing a little bit of havoc, but nothing too bad. Let me turn that off. All is good. And how we doing? Hope we're good. And well, I hope you all had a good weekend. So I didn't get a chance to say that yesterday as we're starting today. Hope we're all good. Got two new aircraft to show off to you today, to add to the collection. Something that really changed the course of the era of Lakenheath as its history as well, which is quite nice. And I've also managed to get another aircraft of the 48th just before they converted to the P-47 Thunderbolt, which is indeed the P-40. I've got that, but I'm going to show you something really exciting. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian, and commentator. I'm going to show you this against the backdrop that is Lakenheath. Look at this. First ever appearance, and how often do you get a B-29? Look at this. This, okay, so you'll notice straight away that it's in Royal Air Force markings. In fact, it's 115 Squadron, KD, or Kilo Delta, and the Royal Air Force borrowed, leased B-29s from the United States Air Force, and they were designated as the Boeing Washington B-1. So if you ever hear Boeing Washington, it was indeed a B-29. As far as I know, other than the markings, I don't think there was any specific modifications done to it. I'm still learning about this legendary B-29 Super Fortress, and it was indeed a huge aircraft. This arrived here as a Boeing B-29 in 1948. So the base was opened as an airfield operations for Royal Air Force Bomber Command use in 1940, started operating in 1941, and right up to the closure between 45 and 47, it made way for new hosts in 1948. RAF Lakenheath brought with them the B-29s. It was actually the 7504th Base Completion Unit that actually operated the base, and it was this. And we had certain groups that arrived here that operated from Lakenheath in 1948, such as the 2nd Bombardment Wing and the 2nd Bombardment Group and the 307th Bombardment Group as well. But we'll talk about that later on. So I'm still learning about that aircraft. I'll tell you what, the engine's amazing. Yeah, so the 2nd Bombardment Wing operated the B-29s here, along with the 307th Bombardment Group as well. They were currently at Marham at the time, while things were changing. They did what's called a rotational deployments that they were doing, and that really kicked things off for the United States Air Force here at Lakenheath. So between 1940 and 48 it was Royal Air Force, and between 48 right up until today it has been a US Air Force base, and still is a US Air Force base. So for those that are new, Royal Air Force Lakenheath built and functioned as a Royal Air Force station until it changed over to the new hosts. There's still a commander here of a Royal Air Force because it's still owned by the Royal Air Force. So you get both. You get a US Air Force commander and a Royal Air Force commander. Morning, all right, how you doing? Good, good, good. So, ladies, gents and teddy bears, today we have 4 squadrons. Now, it is home to the 48th Fighter Wing, and the wing has a flying component called the 48th Operations Group, and then under the group we have squadrons. The 4 squadrons that operate the 2 various aircraft here we have as follows: the 492nd Fighter Squadron, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. How we doing? They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. We've also got the 493rd Fighter Squadron, who operate the F-35A. They are nicknamed the Grim Reapers, with a long history. Believe they may have the most aircraft in their history of what they've flown. So they've flown probably just slightly the most, just short of about 20 various aircraft, but I'm still trying to find out the various aircraft. Next up, we got the 494 Fighter Squadron. They fly the F-15E Strike Eagle. They're known as the Panthers. And last but not least, they made Lakenheath the very first unit of the United States Air Force in Europe to operate the 5th generation stealth aircraft that you can hear spooling in the background. It is indeed the Valkyries, who are the 495th Fighter Squadron. They had a different nickname. They've been inactive for 30 years prior to that, and arrived here on the 15th of December 2021 with the F-35A. They were known as the Thunderbarks between 77 and 1991 because they were flying the F-111 Aardvark along with the other 4 squadrons. Here we go, another beautiful aircraft which we'll show you on the show. The light isn't too good the way I've got it pointed here, but there you go, you get the idea. They were known as the Thunderbarks, and I've got to show you this, other aircraft that I've managed to get hold of just before the, look at this, a P-40, look at it. Oh, isn't that just cute, man? I love it, look at it. This was the aircraft just before they transitioned to the P-47 Thunderbolt, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. This little beaut, look at it. Okay, it wasn't as, shall we say, you know, it had the power but it did find its way to serve throughout the war. And look at it, what a beaut, absolute beauty. And this was operated by the 4 squadrons, I believe, of the 48th Fighter Bomb Group before they transitioned to the P-47 Thunderbolt. Look at it. I can't believe I've got this. I've actually got another aircraft as well, but it's not related to Lakenheath. I did manage to get an English Electric Lightning as well, so I can show you. So, lots and lots of different aircraft to talk about. I can go on all day about it, but no worries. Morning, mate.
Hello, brother.
How you doing, man?
Long time no see.
Yeah, you all right?
Yeah,
Good. And a very good good morning to everyone tuned in. Alan Gates, Mark Moody, Babs R, Paul Fairclough, Wee Stevie Boy, Marco Baxter, Aspen, Simon Watchorn. Good morning to you, Davey, Daniel Walker, Elsie, Joshua Brown. Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. So yeah, lots of stuff to show you, lots of little diagrams, new diagrams to show you on this stream. Members would have been treated to what it would have been like to have a lost, a decoy airfield, because here was a site of a decoy airfield. We'll talk to you about that. I'm beginning to find a lot more of these decoy airfields, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Loads of different stories about that. Right, let me get another peg. It's going to be one of those days, I think, where the wind is causing havoc. Sure, yeah, sure, no worries. No worries, enjoy the day. Enjoy. So I even did a bit of maths yesterday. I know, right? I did a bit of maths. I'll go into more detail when related to, but if you remember my talks about tactics and the impact of working out and how to cope with new tactics, I'll explain in one moment. Maybe I just need to turn the camera a little bit this way. That might be all right. Yeah, so probably new viewers are probably wondering what's going on. Now, you know, the B-17 Flying Fortress, the Fort, was a very, very sort of, trying to find the right words early in the morning, was an aircraft that took a bomber that took a lot of rounds to take down. It wasn't as easy as just shooting it down with 20mm rounds on a BF-109. It took a lot, sometimes up to about 20 strafes, potentially about 1,000 rounds to take one of these down. But what was fearful for the Luftwaffe or any attacking aircraft was the amount of guns that this had, and there was a lot, 10 to 13 types of guns this had. So this was very challenging, and it would lead to, you know, a few losses for the Luftwaffe. So the weakest point is the pilot. It could take 1,000 rounds to take a Boeing B-17 down, but the weakness is the cockpit. It just takes a few bullets to do that. However, what I was trying to explain in a lot of my previous shows is the combined speed, okay? If you've got, so the Luftwaffe worked out a good tactic. The weakest point is just 2 types of guns pointing at it rather than a load of them, okay? So what they found to break up and take down Boeing B-17s would be to head for the front, but this came at a cost and a risk of life. If you've got 270 miles per hour 109, if you've got the bomber stream going about 180 miles per hour, this is a combined speed of 450 miles per hour. Okay, let's put that into perspective. Okay, if they were 1 mile apart, okay, heading towards each other, in 8 seconds they would collide. Okay, just think about that. If they were half a mile, that's 4 seconds. Okay, this is a speed of 201 meters per second. The accuracy of a 109, okay, the cannons on this was about, I think it was about 200 meters. Let's put that into perspective. If it's a 200 meters, that means the pilots literally got 1 second. That's it. So what they did, they adjusted the accuracy to level out at about 400 meters. But that's just 1 second to fire and get out, because the debris, the risk of collision was immense and realistic, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Fire with 200 meters to go, you would need to pull away. So I managed to do this. Obviously I'll bring this in when relevant and when we're talking about tactics. Just a little eye-opener when I started to design that yesterday. I mean, you could put that into perspective today, although aircraft go a little bit faster than that. What else have we got? Oh yeah. So I've got a little diagram of our decoy airfield here. So somewhere here would have been, because Lakenheath, before it functioned as a serving station, in fact a satellite station from 1941, it was a decoy airfield, so a fake airfield, a fake runway, fake aircraft, and there would have been a bunker, okay, like this. There's our little guy in there, look. There would have been 2 officers, and this is the sort of like a cross section, and this is an overhead plan of the room, the ops room. And so as you go in here, you got your engine room here, you got oil and petrol store, and then you've got a ladder here, which you can see, which goes up to a light mounting, and they could use this to actually pretend it's taxiing aircraft, okay, with this spotlight. So that's that up there. Once he's on there, you got a little switchboard here, you've got a store room with pipes. It's storage for oil. You've got oil storage here, and I've got here this gentleman, this officer here. My job is to try and get bombed every night, which is exactly that. The whole point of a decoy airfield, and in this case, was to actually try to deceive the attacking aircraft, attacking bombers, or other aircraft that were attacking this airfield, to pretend this was RAF Mildenhall. And Mildenhall sits at about 5.5 miles in the direction of the backwards crow fly. In this direction, ladies, gents, teddy bears, Mildenhall opened in 1934, and to my sort of 4 or 5 o'clock, in the same sort of distance, 5.5 miles away the backwards crow flies, another base opened called RAF Feltwell. So, you know, they were operating at the time when they built the decoy airfield here, they were operating the Vickers Wellingtons, so they would have had fake Vickers Wellingtons. But it's all very well said and done. You got the officer, you know, setting out, putting up lights to make it look like a decoy airfield. But the problem was, you did actually get real, genuine aircraft thinking that it was a real place, that it was Mildenhall. So this caused a few problems because it actually created accidents. So they had to come up with a coded lighting system so that it wouldn't happen. I mean, in a way, as sinister as it sounds, in a way, it just showed how realistic the airfield looked like. In fact, Lakenheath was bombed 5 times as a decoy airfield. And this really makes us wonder that, okay, it worked. It saved Mildenhall more than 5 times. So yeah, it was that realistic that, you know, genuine aircraft thought this was Lakenheath and tried to it was Mildenhall, and actually tried to land on the airfield. So F-35s taxiing, as you can see, along the Warrior Walk now. These are our 5th generation. They're all that. Oh yes, the wonderful F-35A. Now the engines you can hear sort of spooling. Those are the compressors spinning round and the turbines. They're Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW 100 engines. Oh yeah. Our catwalk. So don't forget the checklist. Oh, you're right there, how you doing? You alright? Yeah, good, thank you. So, your stream checklist, your pre-flight checklist, don't forget to give us a thumbs up. Do hit the like button, ladies, gents, teddy bears. YouTube love that. If all our viewers and subscribers smash that like button, then it's obviously something good for other viewers and new viewers, which is why sometimes if we get lucky, you know, we can get promoted on the up next. It can recommend it as a YouTube recommended. Here comes trouble. And of course, do think about subscribing to our channel, the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. So this is our catwalk. So this is a Ted Coningsby term, the catwalk. It's actually just called the taxiway, but we call it the catwalk. To the right, we call that the Warrior Walk, named after the Lakenheath warrior. Well, you've heard of the term, if you know, you know. However, on this channel, if you don't know, you will know. This looks good. Installed in the F-35A is Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 at a modest 5.59 meters in length for that engine. It's got a 9-stage fan compressor system, so a 3-stage low pressure and a 6-stage high pressure, compressing air 28 times by pass at 0.57. Oh yeah. And it produces 43,000 pounds of frost in this one with afterburner. welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel at this very, very loud, very active morning at Lakenheath. What a morning we've had already. More movements than an air show here. Absolutely incredible stuff. But of course, if you want to own those skies, you got to train. A good pilot is always training. Great morning we've had. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. We are in the official viewing area. Probably best to deactivate your car alarm, although that's just a bit of battery advice. And listen to that howl in the background. That's our F-15E Strike Eagle starting up as well. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Thanks for tuning in this morning. Looks like we've got a very busy start to our morning, which is always good. And welcome. So surprisingly, probably due to weight reduction, but the F-35A and the F-35B, shall we say, the F-35B, the one that hovers, the Stouffville variant, is just slightly shorter in length than the other three. Of course, the F-35C being the CV variant, the carrier variant, and of course we got our 9G pulled 1.6 Mach speed in 18,000 pounds of payload carrying F-35A. It is all that. Technically, the F-35B is the smallest one of the three variants. It does sit a bit lower as well in height, which I've pointed out before, because of the size of the the Pratt & Whitney's F135PW 600 engine, which is almost twice the size. Because of the weight, they've had to do a little bit of weight reduction, and I'm pretty sure I've seen somewhere on the specifications that the stabilizers have been sort of trimmed just a little bit. So the F-35A arrived here on the 15th of December 2021, making Lakenheath the very first wing of the USAFE, United States Air Force in Europe, to operate this very aircraft. RAF Lakenheath, along with another 9 units, are part of the 3rd Air Force. The 3rd Air Force HQ is out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. They also control the United States Air Force in Africa, as well as the United States Air Forces in Europe. That's what the letter E stands for, after USAF, if you see it. The other units are the 31st Fighter Wing, which are based out at Aviano, the 406 Air Expeditionary Wing, the 48 Fighter Wing, of course, which is here, the 435th Air Grounds Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, the 39th Air Base Wing, the 100th Air Refueling Wing, which we so dearly love at RAF Mildenhall, the 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and the Heavy Airlift Wing, which comprise of 3 C-17s operating in Hungary at Papa Air Force Base, or Papa Air Base. So like with many aircraft, even dating as far back as World War II, when it comes to production and developing new concept aircraft, there were prototypes in for the running, the X-32 and the X-35. The Boeing X-32 was the concept demonstrator designed for Joint Strike Fighter competition, but it lost to, of course, the Lockheed Martin X-35. So the first ever F-35A was designated as the AA-1. It rolled out of Texas at Fort Worth on the 19th of February 2006. Its first flight, or its maiden flight, was on the 15th of December 2006 with Chief Test Pilot John S. Beasley. And in 2006, it was when the F-35 was actually giving its official name, and it was indeed, for those that wondered, named after the Lockheed P-38 Lightning of World War II. So that's really, really interesting, that, because the F-35B of the Royal Air Force, they do not call it the Lightning II, they just omit the 2 because it is indeed their 3rd Lightning. Although on Airfix models and sort of compilation boxes, shall we say, of landmark centenaries and anniversary flights, they've got a past and present of the F-35B with, I think, the Spitfire, but it's because it's a Royal Air Force one, they've still called it the Lockheed Lightning II. And when I asked, bless them, they did reply. I asked them, the Royal Air Force don't call it the 2, and they said, yes, we know, because we've had to put that on there for trademark and copyright. So I'm like, interesting. So interesting stuff, that, right? Because obviously you're selling it. That's different. You're selling the name on the box, on the model. So they had to put the TM on the 2. Where it's got Lightning too. So it's a very interesting story, that. I did like that story. aircraft, or the F-35 here in this instance, waiting at one of 4 EORs, that's end of runway. It can hold up to 6 aircraft on each EOR. This is EOR South, and it's usually the place where, or the ramp where the F-15s have their post-taxi checks done. Now there's a few people asking, why is this not taking off? There could be an infinite amount of reasons for this. 1, it could be troubleshooting. 2, it could be waiting for a tanker. 3, it could be waiting for another aircraft in the flight. It could be another F-35 or F-15s, you just don't know. Or it could have been going to, let's say I'm going to pick on the Lake District, and there's a void there and they can't go through. They can't just, because that could have been the pilot's training, or they could have been going to Hull Beach. If that gets cancelled, they can't just take off and just fly wherever they want. Military aircraft have a strict pattern of where they're going to go. They cannot fly wherever they want. They must submit a new flight plan. This takes a lot of time. You have to make a few calls to get the relevant new flight plan accepted and cleared. So it could be a number of reasons. It doesn't use a lot of fuel. The turbine and the compressors just spinning there just happily. It's only when you start using thrust do you use fuel. The same as your car, your vehicle. It doesn't really use a lot of fuel just sat there on idle. It really doesn't use that much fuel. Morning, all right. Good. Loads. Yeah, really good. Yeah, really, really good. Yeah, loads. Yeah, they're always busy here. It's great. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they took off about 20 minutes ago, about that. Yeah. There'll be more. All right. Yeah, there'll be more. Don't worry. So yeah, so that's why it's waiting here. It could be many reasons, and like I said, it doesn't actually consume a lot of fuel. But with afterburner, this consumes about 5,400 litres of fuel an hour. Ouch, that's quite a lot. Mind you, I only know it in pounds for the amount it can take. I think it's got about 18 to 19,000 pound of fuel, so add that onto it. What's that in litres? Should we have a look? Hang on. Yeah, 18,000. Okay, so 8,278 kilos. What's that in litres? 18,250. Let's have a look. I'm going to find out. I do kind of go metric and imperial at best. Pounds to litre convert. Should we have a look? Let's accept that. Pound. 18,250. So 8,278 litres of fuel. Wow. That's quite a lot. That's a lot of fuel. I think some fuel tanks in vehicles, what are they? Well, like 40, 50 litre? That's cool, isn't it? So a very good morning, good afternoon, good evening. How are we all doing? Hope we're all good. Andrew C, Simon Watchorn, Alistair Goodwin. Welcome everyone. Mark Moody, Paul Fairclough, not Captain Weber, Joshua Brown, Margot Baxter, Davey, Gary Goodchild, how you doing? Maryland Avgeek. Hope everyone's well. Simon Watchorn, how we doing? How we doing? Spanner Flight. Hope we're all good. So you can hear the Pratt & Whitney's F100-229 engines start up. The concept of the F-15 still going. Still going. Since 1972. How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And once this is taken off, we can then hear the spooling F100-229s on the F-15E Strike Eagle. The other Strike Eagles, they're not the A, B, C or D, they're the E variant, the two-seater or family version. Arrived at Lakenheath in 1992. So next up we should have the F-15Es taxiing out. Like I said, first arrived here in 1992, and it was the McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle. Started out as an F-15A, took its first ever flight in 1972. It was designed for air superiority, and it emerged from the FX program, a answer to the, at the time, the Foxbat, and it was first proposed to the United States Air Force in the 60s as a follow-up on the North American F-100 Super Sabre. So in the course of the program design, lots of proposals were sought from 3 airframe manufacturers. So they were the North American Rockwell, Fairchild, and of course McDonnell Douglas, and it was, sorry to be exact, Fairchild Hiller at the time. And it was in December of '69 McDonnell Douglas was selected and chosen to become its prime airframe contractor. Just as I said in today's earlier in today's stream and previous, you know, with Supermarine and the Short brothers competing to become the first 4-engine bomber of World War II for the Royal Air Force, that kind of thing. So the winning design, as it's you know, and as we mentioned today, even with the X-32 and X-35 of the F-35, but in this case the winning contractor was McDonnell Douglas to bring and design. So the criteria was for a fixed wing aircraft with a thrust to weight ratio in excess of a 1:1, so like the Typhoon, and they needed it to be extremely advanced in its avionics, to be armed with a 25mm GAU-7A multi-barrel cannon, which was later abandoned and was given the M61 Vulcan cannon, which we've heard many times at Holbeach Air Weapons Range. So the aircraft was at the time powered by Pratt & Whitney's F100 afterburning turbofan. At the time, approximately 25,000 pounds of thrust each on the originals. Of course, now we've got 229s punching out around 29,000 pounds of thrust each. Now, the contract called for 20 development aircraft, and it comprised of the 18 F-15As and also the family version, the F-15B, but was formerly designated as the TF-15A 2-seater trainer. After the completion at St. Louis, the first ever F-15A was transported to Edwards Air Force Base, and it was flown in July the 27th, 1972. And that was done by Irving Burroughs. Now, the first flight of the F-15, the TF-15A, which they changed it to the F-15B, that was made almost exactly a year after the maiden flight of the F-35A. The first ever deliveries were to the 555th Triple Nickel Tactical Fighter Training Wing, and that was at Luke Air Force Base, Arizona, and that was in November '74, followed by other squadrons as well, such as the 58th Tactical Fighter Training Wing, and also January '76, delivered by the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing at Langley Air Force Base. Of course, the F-15s are operated around the world with different air forces, and it's become a phenomenal aircraft. And then, of course, we had the F-15C and D models, and eventually this, the F-15E Strike Eagle. Just quickly, if I may, here's something I drew earlier. Rack 'em up! We're using this EOR today. Nice. Hudson Bear, how's it going? Simon Watchorn, Captain A, Margot, oi oi. Davey, all I can say is Tahoe flight, do you remember that? Ooh, yeah. doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So with the arrival in 2021 of the F-35s, this made Lakenheath a base with two different types, extremely different types of aircraft. There used to be a maintenance squadron of the 48th, like the 748th maintenance squadron, but things had to change, so they developed the fighter generation squadrons, FGS, so that each squadron dealt with their own aircraft. And in this instance, this changed the sort of like the way that they deal with their own aircraft. So what you get on the F-15s is a post-taxi check. So the ground crew here with their crew chief will be looking for any loose ordnance or any cracks or leaks, any security issues with the ordnance or the canopies, anything like that. So it's just the way that the 48th do things with the F-15s. Of course, the F-35s, that's all done at the hangars. do it, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to our Lakenheath show. Here we go. Morning, all right? Good.
Right, this way.
Sorry?
Right, this way. Coming off this
No, they're taking off that way.
way. Right, yeah.
How you doing, man? Yes, mate, one sec. How's it going? You alright? Well, down this way, yeah. You good? Yeah, is that
Yeah, this money.
new company, yeah? Yeah. Oh, cool. Very nice. Oh, right, okay. You have now.
It's alright, yeah.
Oh dear.
It's alright. Tough cookie. Tell you that.
Oh dear. As long as he's alright, getting better.
Oh yeah.
Good.
How was Riyadh?
Yeah, brilliant. Yeah, really good. I loved it.
I know. I did watch one of your shows.
Yeah, it was so good. Loved it.
The AC300, A400, doing a wheelie. What the hell?
I know.
Yeah, I'm only up the road.
Oh, cool.
I'm only up the road. So, well, you're not supposed to do a road trip, so we thought,
That's alright.
some breakfast and I'm up.
Nice. Oh, they're going to make some noise. Here we go.
Right, you've got to leave.
Take care, buddy. Yeah. Take care. See you later. Have a good day, yeah? See ya.
they then?
You alright there? How's it going? Alright?
What were they? Planes were they?
F-15.
F-15.
Yeah, F-15E Strike Eagles.
Are they American, are they?
Yes.
Oh, wow. Thank you.
No worries. So welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents and teddy bears. It's just coming up to 5 to 9 here in the UK. Or shall we say 7:54 GMT. Or in military, 7:54 Zulu. It's now 7:55 Zulu. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, ladies, gents, teddy bears. We've got 2 more F-15E Strike Eagles on the North EOR at runway 23. They are using runway 23 today, and that's all governed by the direction of the wind. As a general rule, what you want to look out for if you're planning ahead, always remember the aircraft will take off into the wind. They don't go with it, they go into it, so the wind is coming towards them, if that helps. Okay, the wind isn't naturally going to come directly in line to the millimetre to the runway, to the nearest degree, but you kind of get the idea. If the wind's blowing from the west, they'll use runways like 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 28, that kind of thing. If the wind's blowing from the easterly directions, you're looking at runways 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 and 10. Oh, good there, mate. All good. Okay, so not a bad start to the morning, right? Absolutely brilliant. Hope you're good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. So that's our lovely morning departures. Well, welcome to the show, and what a great morning we've had already. I'm not sure if Ted's Barracks is going to last today, but we'll see what see how long it can. Because I'll tell you what, the wind. Goodness me, everything's safe here. I'm not sure if anything's safe on it. Just bear with me a moment. Just started to really go strong. See what we can do. Go on, Teddy, go on, brave it, mate, go on, nice one. So our squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and welcome to the show. It's just suddenly got really punchy, gusting winds, and Mark Moody, thank you very much. Who's put, I can't imagine life without this since finding it. Bless your heart. Thank you very much, Mark Moody, who's been a member for 10 months and is also part of our Fighter Squadron. Neil Osborne with 30 months membership as well. Thank you very much. A guards march to Mark Moody as well for the super chat. Thanks so much for being at Lakenheath this morning, Nikos, for us all. Thank you. You're welcome, man. Thank you very much. And wee Stevie Boy Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. And Margot as well, thank you for the super for Ted Salmon Bagels Guards March. And also wee Stevie Boy as well. Morning, and oi oi, welcome to the welcome to RAF Lakenheath. Thank you very much. Steve Griffiths as well with 28 months membership has put morning, Ted. Excellent as ever, time flies. Thank you very much. Lilo Doublefly, thank you very much. Now this is how to start the morning. Could be covered by a better stream. Thank you, TCS. Thank you very much. Guards March. Cyclist, who's been a member for 29 months. Good morning, everyone. Oi, oi. Thank you very much. Steve McKay, thank you very much. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And not Captain Weber, member for 27 months. Another fab month goes by. More awesome streams. Thank you very much. Matt Crossan, thank you very much. Love the channel, community, and lessons you get. Has got myself through some tough times. Rock on. Thank you very much, Matt Crossan. And a Guards March, welcome, and thank you for the super chat. Alistair Goodwin, high five, Paul Pump, and a salute for gifting a whopping 10 careful, 10 Ted Coningsby memberships. Thank you very much. Guards March for that. Oh, Portlock, congratulations on 2 years membership. Thank you, Nikos and Ted, for the aviation pleasure. Thank you very much. Christine Barnes of 27 months. RAF Lakenheath, joy, absolutely. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker for that, but that burger looks good. And Lucky, thank you very much. Love your lives, Ted. Waiting for the F-15. Oh, I hope you enjoyed that. Lots of lovers of the F-15, and I don't blame you really. Tim, love it. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron Guards March. Rob Kennard, good morning, everyone. Time for some noise. Thanks very much for the super chat there. Sean Oliver with 10 months membership. Thank you very much. 10 months as a posh officer. Not sure how long not long TCS, but over a year now. Thank you very much. Doncaster Lass with 25 months membership. Oi oi. And our year. Mehmet Bilal Dogan, member for. Oh, just joined. High five. Thanks for joining our TCS posh officers. Hello. And Mehmet Bilal Dogan, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Babzar, high five. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Also got Claire Bear as well on here, who's giving us a super chat. Guards Mark, thanks a lot to our very own Claire Bear. Captain A with 29 months membership. Thank you, Nicholas, for creating this amazing channel. Thank you very much. And John Beeston, John Beston. Maybe it was right first time, but I'm going to go with John Beston. Final answer. High five, but welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Someone's first time, by the sound of it, pretty cool. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48 Fighter Wing. And the 48 Fighter Wing, the only US Air Force wing with not only a number, but a name. It's the only one with a name as well. And for those that are regular will know the story. There I am on a wobble, but there's a bit of subsidence going on there. It's all right. I've had to get the camera, the tripod a little bit low because there are some real punchy winds going on. But yeah, welcome to those that don't know the story of how Lakenheath's 48 Fighter Wing got its name, the Statue of Liberty Wing, and it's as simple as this. It's all because they moved to Chaumont Air Base in France, and it's near the near the workshop of Bartholdi. Now, 1952, the 48th Fighter Group, as they were known then, they were reactivated to wing status. You see, in World War II and during the times before the US entered the World War II, because at the time they were technically neutral, January 1941, the 48th were activated as a fighter bomb group light at the time. Okay, they were a group, they weren't a wing. They got wing status when they reactivated it in 1952. They deactivated in 1945 when they got back to the US after the Second World War. So what, 7 years later they were reactivated, but back into France as a wing. All right, they became the fighter wing. Okay, so that's pretty cool. The 48 Fighter Wing were reactivated at Chaumont. Now, what's important about Chaumont? It's near the workshop of Bartholdi. Bartholdi was the very person that designed and built the Statue of Liberty. Actually, I need to do a bit of research. Why did he do it? What was he commissioned to do it? Was he did he make sculptures and all that kind of stuff? I'm gonna have a look on my break with a cup of tea. But what I do know is that his workshop was close to Chaumont. Now, Chaumont was exactly how you imagine these movies when they're sort of set in the 50s, 60s. It's you know, with those little shack guard rooms and then acres of muddy fields and land, you know, like Indiana Jones, or in the middle of nowhere in the desert there's this airfield with a little shack box, you know. It was a little bit like that. And but yeah, because they came back and because they were so close to the very base, the very workshop of Bartholdi, because in that workshop there was still the moulds there, all the designs, so they were named the Statue of Liberty Wing. And that came around 1955-56 during a ceremony when they were named the Statue of Liberty Wing. There was a ceremony there. They sold a fancy sports car to raise money to make a 3-meter replica. The mayor was there, John Maison, and all these VIPs were there for this ceremony. The Sky Blazers were there, which we'll talk about. The Sky Blazers were once operated by the 492nd during the early part of that stage, during 52-53. And with F-84s and F-86s until eventually it was taken over by another squadron or another wing, shall we say. But amazing, and that's why they're named the Statue of Liberty Wing, because of that. There's even a replica here. There's a replica at Chaumont, a 3-meter one, and there is a replica of the Statue of Liberty here. So they're the only US Air Force wing with a name as well as a number, of course. But how cool is that? So yeah, lots of history to take in throughout the show, but of course I won't go into too much detail because, well, the F-35s will be back at some point, and no doubt halfway through. But at this stage, it's going to be a little bit difficult to even just keep a little bit stable here, because it's some gusting winds, I think, sort of the tail end of yesterday. But there we go. I've got lots of cool aircraft to show you. What I'll do, I'll tell you what, I'll show you some of the times of Lakenheath's aircraft. How about that? And I'll go through them. Let me just pick them up. I'll try and do them in sort of chronological order. Let's have a look what we got here. This is what's it's a bit of a mix of Lakenheath and right, so we're going to start off with the very first aircraft to operate here. I'll do this quickly. Something a little bit different. I'm going to show off some of the aircraft that we're here. So you've got the Vickers Wellington bomber that was here in 1940 to 41 when the number 20 operational training unit arrived here. All right, that was who operated, and this was the very first aircraft, the twin engine bomber, the most produced aircraft of the Royal Air Force, the most produced bomber of World War II of the Royal Air Force, because of course the record goes to the B-20 consolidated B-24 Liberator for that record as the most produced aircraft in World War II. But for the Royal Air Force, it was this 11,600 or so, and made in about 16 different variants. The Vickers Wellington bomber with its geodetic, beautiful airframe. And for those that go to museums, if you ever spot examples of the geodetic airframe, have a look at it. The best way I can describe it is like this fence here, chain link, and it was done that way, designed by the man, the legend, Sir Barnes Wallis, who made a geodetic airframe and the wings to take a lot of battle damage, because it could take some battering, easy to repair, easy to assemble, and like I said, it was a world record breaker as well. They were making these about 28 a week, which is impressive, but they set a world record at the Broughton factory in Flintshire, and they actually set out to beat a world record. Now the world record to assemble a bomber was 48 hours. All right, that was the world record at the time, and in 1943 men and women decided to try and beat that record. They set a target 30 hours. All right, so they were going to beat it by 18. Yeah, not quite. They really smashed it. 23 hours 50 minutes with women coming back from parties. I've seen a video of this been towed out, a man still doing a few little finishing touches. They had to call the pilot and wake him up because they were 7 hours ahead of time. And yeah, and literally in 24 hours 15 minutes, so just half an hour after they assembled it, it was airborne. I mean, that is impressive. The next aircraft to operate here with squadrons that were operating at Mildenhall were 149 and 199 Squadron. I believe this is, let's have a look, EX. I'm pretty sure, I'm going to go with final answer, that's 199 Squadron markings, I think it is, EX. Never occurred to me to tell you about that. This is the short Stirling bomber. This is the Royal Air Force's first ever 4-engine bomber, although it was going to be the Supermarine 317, for those that don't know. Had various engines. It was going to be upgraded to the 318, Supermarine 318, but sadly with the loss of RJ Mitchell and the two prototypes, the Supermarine 317, sat happily at its factory, they got bombed. Now with the main designer who sadly passed away, the two prototypes that were bombed, it was given to the S29, which was then later named the short Stirling bomber. So this operated here. I believe these are the only two aircraft to have operated here with the Royal Air Force at this time, until I do even more research and probably discover something else. So this is the first ever 4-engine bomber. Service ceiling at 16,500 with a very good, apart from the design, it had the 14,000 pound payload that it was designated to do so. Had this long weapons bay or bomb bay, and two little square ones here as well, which was quite fascinating. But we've spoken about this many times, the pros and cons about this aircraft, because in 1943 it was decided that it would play a very different role and became the bomber that couldn't bomb, that didn't bomb. It became very useful in towing the Horsa gliders. Pilots loved it because of its maneuverability, because of these stubbier wings, 99-foot wingspan. It was kept to that specification. And remember, it's not because of the hangars. That's a myth, and we've busted it. We've established there are aircraft 104 feet wide, 102 feet, and even 112, and I think the hangars could open up to 120 feet anyway. It was just to do with the specification, which, if you want to know, was B12/36. Nothing to do with the hangars. But anyway, here we go. Point Charlie, where are they? Where's the Point Charlie crew, bless them? Here we go. first two arrivals. And yes, so those were the only two that I can think of that actually operated here of the Royal Air Force, because of course when the base closed sort of late 45 and 47, when it was opened in 1948, it was selected out of the three bases, or shall we say 3 bases were selected to become VHBs, very heavy bomber bases, such as Scunthorpe, Marham and Lakenheath. And it was indeed the B-29, which I do proudly have next to me, that operated here. Scared at the sight of the F-15. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, the F-15E Strike Eagle of the 48th Fighter Wing. As we said, arrived here in 1992 with two of the squadrons, the 492nd and the 494th. The F-15C started to arrive with the 493rd from 1994. Eventually they had a few F-15Ds as well. These ones have the Pratt & Whitney's F-100 PW229s, smashing out 29,000 pounds of thrust here. The 229s have a length of 4.85 meters. It's got a 13-stage compressor, so a 3-stage low pressure and a 10-stage high pressure, giving it a whopping 32:1 compression ratio. It is all that, and a very low bypass at 36:1. Here we go, right? Woo! Trying to get the free palm. Here we go. That's right. Oh, hello. More trouble on the way. That is. Point Charlie. Gonna have to wait. Point Charlie, gonna have to wait, man. Yeah. Just like that. for that split second then. I don't know what. Oh, wait! PFO, look at this. Here we go. F-35A makes that beautiful sort of Vulcan style howl. So the F-35 looks to be hot pitting. So what is that? For those that are new, hot pitting is when you refuel an aircraft with the engine or engines still running. So in this instance, as the F-35 only has the one engine, it doesn't get shut down. The reason for this is because all the pumps are working, everything's working inside the aircraft, which means that you can refuel or hot pit refuel in just 10 minutes with the aircraft. Same goes for the F-15E Strike Eagle, although just one of the engines is shut down. So that's what's called hot pitting or hot pit refueling, is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine still running. Benefits: if you're on the battlefield, you're doing a mission, refuel straight back out. So in 10 minutes you'll be up again, which again on a training level it needs doing, and also on a training sortie allows the pilot to get more sorties in, more flying hours in one go. So that's a great benefit for pilots and ground crew as well, to get the training needed to get it right first time. Air to air refueling is a different type of thing, but hot pit refueling is a way to get back to base after a sortie or a mission, come back, refuel, back up again, 10 minutes down, all good. Those were F-35s that come back.
F-35s, thank you, sir.
So for those wondering why they do touch and goes, go arounds and low approaches, well, many reasons. One, for training, should there be an event of a emergency that needs doing for a type of go around. So for example, if one of the aircraft was going into land and got stuck, blew a tire, something on the runway, the pilot can just let that training kick in naturally, not let that situational paralysis kick in, you know, that shock. A beautiful example of that happening was on that wonderful film with Tom Hanks on Sully. That was brilliant. You'll see Tom Hanks playing Sully there, just in shock, and it's something that all pilots will do, and they have to snap out of it. So pilots here, especially military, Coningsby, Mildenhall will see circuits after circuits. Why? Because it gets them training to do a circuit. If you don't say for example none of these pilots trained how to do a low approach, then they wouldn't be able to do one. Okay, simple as that. When the time comes to do an actual low approach, so for the reasons being there's an issue on the runway, or a plane, you know, an aircraft in front having an issue, or a vehicle stuck or anything like that, then the pilots are able to do it. I mean, let's face it, some things can go wrong, so the pilot may think, hang on, didn't get that right, let me go around. So there is that aspect of as well. So they can choose to do a touch and go. Another example, they've touched down on the runway, issue on the runway, need to go back up. There is that. The other factor is, especially with civilian aircraft as well, they can get more takeoff and landing training. Simple as that. You know, just because you can fly doesn't mean you can't train to take off and land. You need a good pilot is always and constantly training and practicing all the time. It's as simple as that. So, one of the most... So we've shown you the 3 aircraft that were based here from the Royal Air Force. The very first aircraft to come here, so from 1940 to 48, it did serve as a Royal Air Force station, and from 1948 and even to today, it served as and serves as a United States Air Force. So the first aircraft to arrive in late 1948 was this, the B-29. Although this is in RAF livery, this is true, it's actually 115 Squadron who operated this beautiful aircraft at RAF Marham, because this was designated as the Boeing Washington B-1 in the Royal Air Force. Same aircraft, they had them on loan from the US Air Force. I can't remember how many. I'd like to say about 18, but that's just a pure guess. About 18. It could be a little bit more than that, I would have thought, but I'll have to find more information about that. Actually, I can probably find out on my little notes. I may have wrote that down somewhere actually. 87, completely out. I got the 8. The Royal Air Force, I believe, had 87 loaned from the US Air Force, and they designated them as B-1 or Boeing Washingtons. Yeah, way out. But I don't think there was any modifications done to it other than the livery. So this is the Boeing B-29 Fortress that operated here, the very first residence, although the 504th Base Completion Unit were here first, but the 2nd Bombardment Group were here along with the 307th Bombardment Group, and they also operated the B-29, a beautiful aircraft which is a 4, you'll notice the 4 propellers on there, and it was literally you know, it was with Tibbets, the Enola Gay and Boxcar, you know what they did. And that's definitely one, you know, famous key moment of this aircraft, and it was one of the largest aircraft of World War II, the B-29, designed with, at the time, state-of-the-art technology, included pressurized cabin, had the dual-wheeled tricycle landing gear as well, analog computer-controlled fire control system. It was pretty much ahead of its time, ladies, gents, teddy bears. It was absolutely amazing, and yet when they redesigned this to the B-50, especially Lucky Lady 2, became the first aircraft to fly around the world non-stop during a 94-hour flight in 1949. I mean, can you imagine that? So, ladies, gents, teddy bears, this is the wonderful B-29 Super Fortress, and it was introduced on the 8th of May 1944, and it took its first flight on the 21st of September 1942. Isn't that just amazing, really? It retired as late as the 21st of June 1960. There were other variants such as the KB-29 Super Fortress, the XB-39, the XB-44 as well. And it did get developed into, as we mentioned, the B-50. There was also a Boeing 377 Stratocruiser along with a C-97 Strato Freighter as well. Absolutely. And the engines, before we go even into the details, the engines of these were just, you can hear my little engines going there. Look, listen to them. Beautiful. Had a crew of 11, by the way, with a wingspan of a massive 141 feet 3 inches. So that's an extra, let's say, a good 40 foot wider than a B-17 or a Lancaster or a Halifax. The beautiful Wright R3350-23 duplex Cyclone 18-cylinder air-cooled turbo supercharged radial piston engines, they produced a whopping 2,200 horsepower. So just to put that into perspective, you've got something like, I don't know, Rolls-Royce Merlin 20 punching out what, just over 1,300 horsepower. These things here was just phenomenal. 4-bladed, max speed around, could do around 357 miles per hour. Had a service ceiling of a good 31,850 feet for such a heavy, very heavy bomber as it was as a class of its own. Did have 10 guns, or 12 in total, with the 50-inch Brownings along with 2 50 BMGs. So it had quite a few. Payload was all sorts. I mean, well, I'd like to say 20,000, maybe more, or one 44,600 pound T12 Cloudmaker. So yeah, it could take 44,600 pounder. Wow. There we go. Something for me to learn about, something for me to go into more detail in the future, because we do mention this. This was at Coningsby, this was at Marham, this was here. Just trying to think. Yes, there was Mildenhall as well. I think most of the bases we cover had this operating at some point. Amazing though, isn't it? Look at the size of it. Amazing. 44,600 pound T12 Cloudmaker it could take. Wow. Well, it's actually extremely heavy to hold. Could also take the 22,000 pound Grand Slam. Yeah, wow, it was all that, wasn't it? Right, be right back. Just grab a quick cover. Hey, yeah, you're right.
Just told on the channel, man.
Thank you.
Curiosity.
You're right.
It would appear like you're a bit into it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Is this a job or
Yes.
you can make a living out of it here? Fair play. living out of your hobby is not a bad way to go, is it?
As long as there's tea,
What
it's
are
all
you,
good.
What are you expecting for the rest of the day?
I don't know. Just
Pot wrapping.
no idea.
Yeah.
Just turn up and see what happens. That's it. Oh, you all right there, mate? Morning. See, I'll do some research on the bit more research on the B-29. What was it film I watched the other day with that in there? Oh yeah, Unbroken. Saw that the other day. I had some B-29s right at the end. And of course, I was learning. I just finished a Lost Airfields yesterday as well. I finished, did episode 13. Now there's going to be 2 back-to-back episodes. Now if you're a member of the channel, you got to see a preview before anyone else of episode 12, which was a decoy airfield, the first of its kind for the show. I will be doing a decoy, or shall we say a starfish site, that's coming up soon. So let's just have a quick yeah, how we doing, ladies and steady bears? So right, yeah, what I've got is 2 back-to-back coming out in September, the Lost Airfields episode. So for those that are into the channel will know that we do Lost Airfields as well. So we'll make videos of airfields that once were. Does involve some drone footage where possible. And yesterday I was working on the 446 bombardment group. Amazing. So that's RAF Bungay, Station 125, Flixton Airfield, the what was it, the Bungay Buckaroos. So I was learning a bit about the B-24 Liberator, which we don't really talk about a lot, and yet it was the most produced bomber of the Second World War, with something like 18,400 made or thereabouts. 18,462, what a guess. Something like that. But you know, it's amazing to see the differences between the Fort and the Lib. And but anyway, without going into the details and what each one did, it was amazing to actually learn that. It was amazing to find all these sources related to the 446. Absolutely amazing stories. They led the mighty 8th really to D-Day, and I won't spoil it, but I'll let you enjoy the show. It should be out sort of mid-September. All right, there's a episode 12 and episode 13 coming out. They should be, at this stage, they should be back to back. So when episode 12 comes out, the next day will be episode 13. So I've been doing that behind the scenes. So I'm always doing something, even though I say I've got a day off, it's not really a day off. There's always things to do. And yeah, I watched the film Unbroken. Pretty gritty, pretty savage, really. But it had B-29s right at the end. It is a fascinating aircraft, and it's amazing engineering of what we had in that time, and that's just focusing on the US Air Force. You know, there was other countries were making remarkable stuff, such as I mean, Germany were making things that were way out you know, for its time. And we had the Avro, amazing with Avro's development, from the Lancaster to the Lincoln, to the Shackleton, and then we had the Vulcan in between all that as well. It's just amazing. And then Sir Frank Whittle making all these things with the jet engine, and it's just phenomenal how that pressure builds up. And I'll tell you what, speaking of stuff like that, I've got this wonderful book, which I will show you, which I use quite a lot. This is a really cool book, right? It's the it has got Lakenheath aardvarks on it, F-111 aardvarks. Look at that, beautiful, right? Look. Look, almost 3D. Look at this. Yay! But anyway, yeah, amazing. For those that know, you know, I do study history, bit of a historian. This is a really cool book. It really is. And I'll tell you what, let's have a look at the first aircraft that was that's featured in US Air Force use, the Curtiss JN series. Look at this. Can you see that? Some of the things they were using. It might be a bit dark. Let me brighten this up a little bit. There you go. You might be able to see it better. Can you see that? All right, look at that. That's a Curtiss JN series. And then I'll show you the There's one, there's the Newport 17 that they used quite a lot through the US Army Air Corps. And if you can see that, again, we're talking about sort of like 1916, which is amazing. If I could, there's one other aircraft I need to show you. It's the Breguet. The Breguet, and imagine the Breguet and an SR-71 Blackbird flying together. I mean, imagine that time frame. It's just spectacular. They were flying things such as the stand. I mean, look at this livery. I don't know if you can see this. This is the Newport 28. Look at this fancy livery. Can you see that with the fish scales on there? It's just remarkable. And then if we go forward, you know, if we go forward to, I mean, yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, you know, it's, yeah, that's really funny about the Douglas Bolo, the B-18 and the B-17 story, actually. Really funny, because the contract was about to go to the 4-engine B-17 before it was head-to-head with the Douglas B-18, a twin-engine bomber, the Bolo, and yet the B-17 it outdid it in every way, and it was only because of the tragic incident which sadly killed the crew on the test, on the competition, that they awarded the B-18 Bolo the go-ahead, all because of that. But the thing is, they knew the B-17 was superior, which is why they didn't give up on it. And it's funny because it's related to the 48th, because the 495th in 1941 were operating the B-8. In 1942 were operating the B-18 Bolo, which is really interesting because of that. Maybe they would have operated the B-17. Who knows? Could have changed history to here. But what I do know that the 495th were operating the B-18. I think they were the 88th bomb squadron. They did have a few name changes. In fact, for those regulars would know that the 492nd to the 495th. 492nd, 493rd, 494th, 495th, they all had different names when they first started out. They were the 55th, 56th. Hello, where are you going? Yeah, you can come here. Hot pit, yes sir. Yeah, so amazing, right? That's just a bit of I may have looked a little bit out of focus there. I had it on silly me, I had it on manual, and anyway, where are you going? No, my teeth. Anyway, now look at technology, now look. Superb, fantastic engineering and design on the F-35s. So you can see the boundary layer diverter inside just outside the air intakes. we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. And we've got our two F-35As. With its high carbon composite, so it's got very little metal on the actual aircraft. Things to look out for, of course, is the radar absorbing tape. That helps, and the radar absorbing material of the paint. Now the paint absorbs radio waves. It actually has particles of iron and burns away the radio waves, so it doesn't return to sender. The idea here is for any stealth aircraft, or shall we say everything, has an RCS, radar cross section. What you don't want to do is to return to sender. You don't want to return your whole aircraft. For example, if radio waves hit us, we are 1 meter squared. The F-35's return is about the size of a small bird or a golf ball. It has lots of features. For those interested in what it absorbs, frequencies from 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. Absolutely impressive. Yep, this is tape, you better believe it. This is something you can buy in a hardware store for W.H. Smith. Mind you, is it T.A. Jones now? It's changed, isn't it? Something like that. Anyway, so this is actually special tape. You've got the electro-optical targeting system here, which we'll talk about in a moment. This is the boundary layer right here. On the Typhoon, under the intakes, it's got the splitter bridge, a diverter, to divert and make sure that the difference in pressure in the air doesn't harm the engines, and to control air going in at supersonic speeds. So this is the boundary layer. So instead of a sort of like a splitter, they've actually added this bulge here, and it works just fine. The reasons is that air is fluid, it sticks, and if the air sticks, that means it's causing a different air pressure, and that difference in air pressure, that difference that's caused basically drag, you're going to get two different types of air pressure hitting the turbofan. So this means it could potentially damage the engines. So this is the answer, the boundary layer on here. There are different designs. They even did this on the F-16 to have this, a massive scoop and this bulge here, the diverter here, amazing. So that's what that does, okay? Also, characteristics of stealth fighters is that the radome, the nose, is not round, because the radio waves from radar can actually bounce all the way back. So they make it non-cylindrical. It's got a little ridge, and the ridge is characterized from the nose right on the point right up to the intake, so that the radio waves don't go all the way around and come back. Even the cockpit has electro absorbing materials as well. The electro-optical targeting system is here. It's made out of sapphire, so if you've bought your loved one sapphire in the past, you can get away with saying you got a piece of F-35. The Moss scale of hardness on sapphire is 9, diamond is 10, I think ruby's 9 as well, but they obviously chose sapphire because it's probably more posh. Everything about the F-35 is amazing. There is nothing flat about it. You see, have a look. Pay close attention to all the zigzags. Why do you have zigzags? Even on the loading bay, it's serrated. Even back here, it's serrated. Why? Because heat disperses at different angles. Radio waves will be dispersed at different angles. You don't want a flat edge. You want, basically, if you didn't have all these, the radio waves will go, oh, hello, nice, I'll come back. Not here. They're going to go everywhere. They're going to scatter, which is why. So you've got radar absorbing material, non-flat surfaces. Do not have a 180-degree angled stabilizer with your elevator. See, the F-18 has these stabilizers as well as the F-22. Lots of things here, giving it a very, very small radar cross section. I'll give you the F-35. Even underneath, even on the weapons bay as well, these are all serrated zigzags. Got about 18,000 pound of payload, 18,000 pound of fuel, weighs about 29,000 empty with 43,000 pounds of thrust. It's all that. So yeah, punching out 43,000 pounds of thrust on an aircraft at 29,000 pound empty is quite phenomenal. It's spectacular, really. So that electro-optical targeting system, that's basically its battlefield. That's basically its situational awareness. It is a high performance, it's lightweight, it's got a multi-function system, low drag, stealthy system, which we showed you. It's just underneath. It looks like some sort of fancy clear diamond. It's a sensor which combines forward-looking infrared and infrared search and track functionality, so it can see in different modes as well, so not only night vision, etc., but also does other types as well, designed to incorporate a wide range as well. It's got all sorts of recognition and detection, enabling greater overall targeting performance. So the pilot can use the DAS as well, which I didn't show you. We'll talk about the DAS in a minute. It's these little bits here. I think on the real thing, I think it's white and black. They're just in front of the canopy. They almost look like hexagons here, and that's another interesting thing to find. It's amazing. Any questions, feel free to ask. I know there's a lot to take in. So the DAS is the distributed aperture system, and it's a sensor suite for the F-35, and this gives a 360-degree situational awareness, missile warning capabilities, also again infrared sensors. There's so many sensors on the F-35, it's unbelievable. They can probably tune into the Ted Coningsby channel right now. You alright? Yeah, good. You okay?
Yeah.
Good, good.
Coming back up to Mossy again soon?
Next month.
You good?
Yeah, next month. Okay, F-15's Point Charlie. Here we go. kind of got it a bit wrong. It should have been, yeah, you know,
60.
sunny spells, no clouds, but just a few scattered F-35s, because that's how it's been this morning. It's been amazing. Wow, 2 quick climbs. Well, there probably would have been 3 in total. There was the one F-15 and that one there. Amazing. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all enjoying the show. My name's Nikos, cameraman, historian and commentator of the Ted Coningsby channel. Let me just check something as well. Yeah, all good. Wow, that was a bit special, wasn't it? Absolutely brilliant. I've totally lost track of what's out there. But anyway, I hope you're all enjoying the show. Really, really good stuff. Really, really amazing. I hope you enjoyed just some of the brief descriptions on the F-35s and all the details, all the RAM, all the radar absorbing material that we spoke about. It is phenomenal. It really is, you know, with the radar absorbing tape as well. That's always a fascinating one for everyone to understand. Again, keeping the internal weapons bay to give it, again, hiding that radar cross section, keeping it low, keeping its cross section extremely low with the radar. Also got an internal cannon, which is only available on the F-35A. All right, it's the GUA-22. All right, it's got a 25mm cannon, just because it can, because if it needed close air support, if it needed to take out close air support or lighter vehicles instead of using, you know, heavier weapons for the sake of just light vehicles. Even warning shots, Typhoons have them as well. Again, with technology and ordnance and BVR, beyond visual range, you don't really need to use your cannon, but it's there because why not? It's extra things. It's an extra trick up its sleeve. Like I said, for lighter aircraft, warning shots, it can do all that as well. Okay, so that's pretty much our F-35A. If you've got any questions about the F-35A, the B and the C variant do have an option to have the external GAU cannon as well, which will be done externally. It's got also armor piercing rounds on there as well. It can have different rounds as well. I know the Typhoon could have explosive rounds, standard 27mm round. This is the Typhoon's cannon, which is the BK 27 Mauser cannon. But on these, on the 22s, on the GAU-22, it's got an option for, I forgot what it's called. It sounds like camo. I'd like to, or karma, but they're armor piercing 25mm rounds. I forgot the name of it, but I know it begins with a K and A. I'm gonna have a look actually. It could be called Comma or camo. I'd like to say karma, but I'm gonna have a little look. I'm gonna have a look for myself on that. Hang on a minute. Let me have a quick look. Forgot. Let me have a quick look. Hang on. Yeah, the GAU cannon. Let's have a look what it's got. Forgot the name of it. It's like these. Just trying to find you the name of it. Give me 1 sec. Do my best to. So, I forgot the name. I know it begins with a K. It's going to bug me, that has. Oh, Namo, that's it. I was thinking of camo, that's why I couldn't get it in my head. Namo 25mm rounds, and they're so at Holbeach. I think the stilts that are 30 feet high, they are for armor piercing rounds. We've got a little, I think we've got a hair on the just near the EOR there. Always good to get our wildlife fix as well. Where are you? These rodders. There, look at that. Now this is probably a rabbit. Yeah, this will be a rabbit because of the. Well, I'm going to guess it's a rabbit because of the ears, but I'm not sure now. I thought it was a rabbit there. Didn't quite have. This is a baby one. looking at the back legs of that, that looked more like a hare, didn't it? Just the ears weren't quite long enough, but could be a smaller one. Anyway, hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. I hope we're well enjoying the show so far. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Yeah, Wibbs, I was thinking that when the legs started to go, the back legs did look like it. Right, I'll be right back.
Want me taking a picture, do you?
No, not at all, you carry on. No worries. Oh, might get a bit of rain.
Watching you live on here.
Oh, thank you. Cool. Right, I'm just going to have a quick cup of tea, go into a little bit of history, catch a few more departures, and see how we get on. show. It's just starting to pick up a little bit. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. The weather's just deteriorating as we speak. I'm just going to check how bad it's going to be. Should be all right. It's not supposed to be that bad today. It was doable, unlike yesterday. Yesterday was not very good, was it? Let me just check the weather, make sure it's okay. I am predicting some strong winds today, but not like yesterday. I guess it's like the tail end of Storm Floris. From yesterday, but nevertheless, how we doing? Hope we're good, hope we're safe and well. Yeah, it looks a bit punchy. Doesn't look like we're due any rain. The clouds look a bit ominous, but anyway. See if I can move that background. Yeah, we're all good. There we go. Right, let's have a little look. Right, so today I'm just going to talk about the 48th in more detail rather than a full aspect of the base. It's good to mix it up, good to change it around a little bit. I've had to keep the tripod at an angle today because of the wind. The wind is really gusting, really punching, but we'll do our best to keep going and flowing. So I hope we're all good, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. And well, welcome. Just a quick brief history of the base. We've spoke about when it was built, and it did serve as a decoy airfield as well, which I showed you a diagram this morning of what it looked like to be in a bunker. But the history does date back a lot. I mean, we've spoken about it on several times of the show, but today I'm going to focus more on the 48th and how they developed and how they ended up here and why they're called the Statue of Liberty Wing, and so on and so on. But just to give you an idea, the base was built in 1940 and it sat bang in the middle of a tri-base. So about 5 miles that way to my sort of 5 o'clock is RAF Feltwell. That was built in 1936, operating the Harrow and then eventually the Vickers Wellington bomber. Before that though, that way 5.5 miles, the way the backwards crow flies, was RAF Mildenhall being built in 1934. So it sits right bang in the middle, Lakenheath, but this wasn't built until 1940. Now there were, and there have been evidence of World War I airfields in the vicinity as well, training US Army Air Corps as well, which is probably why some of those earlier aircraft that I showed you on my book there probably had some of those there. But I'm going to do some more research on that. So there we go. So and then the base was open, functioned as the Royal Air Force Station. We said there was only 2 types of aircraft here, the Wellingtons. It was number 20, the operational training unit that came here to train airmen on the Vickers Wellington, which makes sense because you got squadrons flying the Wellingtons at Feltwell and at Mildenhall as well. But eventually from 1941 to 43 it started to serve as a satellite station to RAF Mildenhall. It managed it, as well as Tuddenham and RAF Downham Market, I think it was. Or Newmarket, I can never remember those two. Always get. Do you ever get that? There's one thing you get. Remember the hardball and the highball? Can never remember, but it's the highball. Or is it? Anyway, there we go. So it's one of those I can never remember in my head whether it's Downham Market or Newmarket. You can see why I get confused. Anyway, 1943, Lakenheath got its own independence. It was no longer a satellite station. 149 Squadron operated here, 199 operated here, eventually with short Stirling bombers, okay? And then when we start to get to 1945, it was selected, just like Marham and Scolthorpe, to be a VHB base, very heavy bomber base. So that meant B-29s, which we've showed you for the first time on our stream, which I'm so proud of. So the base closed because, like many airfields that needed to accommodate such aircraft, you're going to need a bigger runway. So that's what they did. So the base closed. There was a signal school here and a few maintenance units that were here. And then the decision in 1948 was made when it was all complete to have the US Air Force operate the base, and they have done so. The US Air Force are still here today and have been at this base from 1948. Now it's called Royal Air Force Lakenheath, not Lakenheath Air Force Base or Lakenheath Air Base. It is RAF Lakenheath because that's the title it was built as, and it's still owned by the Royal Air Force, which is why it's still got the title today. There is a Royal Air Force Commander as well as a US Air Force Commander as well. So where and what happened, where did it all start for the 48 Fighter Wing? Just before I go into detail, in 1948 was the 504th Base Completion Unit that came here. While that was going on, there was B-47s, B-50, well, B-29s, B-50s, KC-97s, KB-97 and B-47 Stratojets, which we mentioned. So that was all going on here, and you know, and then but we'll catch up with them in a moment. We're going to leave Lakenheath now, and then we're going to go back in time to 1941. So on the 15th of January 1941, there was a lot of activations that happened. Now don't forget, Pearl Harbor was December the 7th, 1941. Now technically the US was still neutral at that time. However, you don't just wait for things to start. You know, military involves a lot of tactics and preparation, deterrent, etc. Okay, it's all about preparing rather than waiting and going, oh, okay, oh dear. That's not the way it works. Hence air superiority, hence owning the skies, hence, you know, owning those skies and making sure that the airspace is protected. Because on the 15th of January 1941, there were many activations known as First Aviation Objective. It was a sort of, things were brewing. It was obvious, you know, the war was going on in the world, but with things happening in the Pacific and Japan, things weren't looking very good. So the move was made to make these activations. The 48th was one of them, but it wasn't a wing, okay? But if you're going to look for World War II and find out about the 48 Fighter Wing, you won't find any, because I went down that route and couldn't find anything, and made a bit of an error, because it's the lineage, not, you know, there is group status and wing status. So the 48th were activated as a bomb group light. Now you'll see letters in brackets. You get H for heavy, you get D for dive, L for light. All right, so they were activated as a light training group at the time, and they activated at Hunter Field, Georgia, in the US. Now the names and numbers that were given were the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadrons Light. But there was another one called the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, which eventually changed number again to the 88th Bomb Squadron Light. But they were flying the B-18 Bolo. They were given that aircraft. The others were flying the A-24, A-31, P-39s, until eventually the P-40, which I'm so delighted to show you in just a moment. But on the 28th of January 1942, the numbers changed. They were redesignated. They were called the 492nd. That was the 55th, and the 56th became the 493rd, and the 57th became the 494th, and the 88th Bomb Squadron became the 495th that we all know today. Now I'm still struggling to find the nicknames of what they had. What I can tell you, it looked like when they became a fighter group, or the bomb group, sorry, when they were given those numbers, the new numbers, the 492nd, like the ones we know today, it looks like the what I can see of the 494th, I can, because it's such an old photo, it's quite pixelated, I can see a panther on a bomb, so I'm going to go with that. The Mad Hatters, I can't make it out, but it does look like it. And who else? The Grim Reapers looks like it. Now the one I'm struggling with is the 495th. It looks like a tiger or a cat of some sort on a bomb, but that was when they were the Reconnaissance Squadron. Could it be they have 9 stars on their emblem because that's what they used to be, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, and the 88th, and then so on? Maybe it's something to do with that. Now, things changed, but what I'll do, I'm going to show you at least all these wonderful aircraft. There's a startup. You know, all the aircraft, I'm going to show you for the first time, even though I did show it today, but it's the first time on the show. So while they were a training unit, sort of 1943, they ended up with this little beauty. I know. Does anyone know what it is before I go into detail? That's right, it is the wonderful P-40, the Curtiss P-40 Warhawk, a type of family of aircraft that the 48th, all 4 of them, were operating at the time. It was a single engine, single seat, it was all metal fighter bomber, and it first flew in 1938 and was flying with the 48th. A lovely little aircraft. It had, you see, it had the power and it didn't, and then they obviously had different views when the P-47 was going to be in their possession. But the P-40E, for example, was powered by an Allison V1710 39, was a V12 liquid-cooled piston engine. It punched out 1240 horsepower, free-bladed with a max speed of 361. It had 6 guns on it and could take 250 or 1,000 pound bomb, or a total of 2,000 pounds with that as well. So 2,000 pounders. So, you know, it had hard points under the fuselage and 2 on the underwing. But of course the P-47 come out, and I'll show you that in just a moment. So what happened then? So we've got our 4 squadrons of the 48th. They're doing all the training, because at the time they were a bit of a you know, they were still a training group. But then 1944 came. This is where they had a wonderful opportunity to fly the Jug, the big huge P-47 Thunderbolt. There we go, let's have a look at this beast. 46 litres of air-cooled engine, a beautiful Pratt & Whitney's 2800, beautiful 2,000 horsepower beast. Actually, what I'll do, it was in a class of its own. It really was. I've got these to scale to show you the let's have a look. Look at the size difference of a P-47 and a, yeah, is it that way? Should I do it that way? P-47 and a Spitfire. It was in a league of its own. It was a huge, absolutely wonderful, wonderful aircraft, the P-47, and they loved it. They did think, how on earth is this going to take off? And this is what inspired close air support with this. So they trained for reconnaissance, they trained for dive bombing, all sorts. They trained as if something was happening, and they did. In fact, this very aircraft innovated close air support. Why? Because of how and when it was used. Okay, so it was used during World War II, and eventually, which I might as well tell you now, the mighty 8th, even though they went to the 9th Air Force eventually, but the US Air Force actually started to structure everything because of the war. They structured things. They had the Air Force, a division, wing, group, and so on. But you've got fighter groups, and you've also got, well, fighter wings, and you've also got bomb groups as well. So they had all these designations, and it looked like to me that they had 3 squadrons per fighter group. Now, because the 48th had 4, I believe they moved the 495th. This is my thinking, because I don't know why they would move them, but they moved the 495th to the 407th just before the end of March of 1944. But they became, they deactivated the 407th, and that was the end of the 495th for that period of time. So that was a bit unfortunate, because we didn't see them for 44, activated in 77. Gosh, 44 to 77, 33 years they were inactive. But we'll come back to them, because we're here for the history. So they were flying the Jug, the beautiful, amazing air-cooled engine, radial engine. And the good thing about, like I said, with air cooled, it can take a lot of punishment. You can come back with just half your cylinders missing and it would still fly. That's the beauty, because liquid cooled, you get fired up here in, you know, in the oil coolant radiators. If you start getting piercings through there, then you are going to be in serious trouble, and that's the end of your flight, and it's time to bail out if you can. So the being air cooled, well, it used air, simple as that. It doesn't really need anything else other than this huge air intake. So this was the benefit. It could take a lot of I've seen photos of holes, massive holes with airmen stood in them. It was huge. It was a massive aircraft. But anyway, won't go too much into detail because we've spoken about it, but close air support, before I forget to tell you about it, this was the P-47, the Republic P-47 Thunderbolt. Now, they were allocated, the 48th, with just the 3 squadrons now, to the 9th Air Force. So we've all heard of the mighty 8th, but who are the 9th Air Force? The 9th Air Force specialised in ground attack and supporting the troops on the ground. How? With close air support. Close air support would mean literally we're in trouble. We can't get past this soccer field, which I'll tell you the stories. We can't get past this soccer field. There's tanks. We're going to get ambushed. No problem. Send in the Thunderbolts, the Jug, and it would take out the tanks, literally. It could also be used in a non-combat reconnaissance as well. Literally, almost like an observer, to have a look, little reconnaissance, come back and say, all clear, you can proceed. So it was very useful in that, but it specialised in ground attacks, destroying railway lines, gun positions, strategic and comms areas as well. So because they were the 9th Air Force, they didn't really, you may have noticed I didn't say any escorting bombers, which is what the 8th Air Force's fighter wings did. That's why they have a lot of aerial victories, unlike the 9th Air Force. It's a bit like the Typhoon FGR-4. May not have any aerial victories, but it certainly has victories on the ground, because it is all that. It can do attacks on the ground. It can destroy stuff on the ground. It's a multi-role aircraft. So the task of the P-47 was to with the 9th Air Force was to actually take, you know, things on the ground, targets on the ground. But they did have aerial victories, 8 to the 492nd, 8.5 to the 493rd, and oh gosh, I totally forgot the other one. I'd like to say 3 for the 494th. I could be wrong there. I'm going to go with 3, final answer. But there we go. So because they weren't escorting, if you look at some of the aerial victories of 8th Air Force's P-47s and P-51s, it's a lot higher anyway, because they would do, because of the fact they were escorting bombers and they were bound to come across enemy fighters. Anyway, how are we doing? Hope we're all good. So I'm not going to go into too much detail with the diagrams of the P-47 because it's extremely windy. So what happened? So there was echelons, all these movements from 1942 anyway, with the 8th Air Force. They were already in England. And for the 492nd, the 493rd and the 494th, they set sail on the Ile-de-France and the Queen Mary. Some went to Prestwick, and there was another place they docked. Anyway, eventually they ended up near Bournemouth for RAF Ibsley, and they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. See, this is the mistake I made. I was looking for the 48th Fighter Wing in World War II, couldn't find them, and just assumed they never taken part, but completely incorrect, if you want to look at it that way. They were actually allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing and the 9th Air Force. So we spoke about what the 9th Air Force do. They were involved in rigorous training program when they got there, RAF Ibsley. They designed to train them on the future, which was an important role in dive bombing, close air support, night flying, glide bombing, wow it's windy, low level and reconnaissance and patrol missions. And what they did, because they changed role, they changed title. They were no longer a bomb group. They were now a fighter group. They were now titled the 48th Fighter Group. Okay, the bomber title dropped, which means the squadrons drop. Whatever the wing title is, so 48th Fighter Wing, the squadrons take that, Fighter Squadrons. So they were the Fighter Bomb Squadron, because they were the fighter bomb group, but they weren't anymore. So in May the 30th, 1944, the title bomber dropped and they just became a fighter group, and the squadrons became fighter squadrons. Now on D-Day they played a very important part. They actually took part in D-Day. Now all that training that I've been talking about, all the training that they put into action, did put into effect, because on D-Day they bombed bridges, gun positions, they destroyed various vehicles, railway lines, and they carried out visual reconnaissance and close air support to support the army on the ground. Of the 14,000 sorties of that Normandy campaign, the 48th took 2,000 of them. They were awarded so many DUCs, Distinguished Unit Citations, as well as an award from Belgium as well. On the 18th of June 1944 they started to move across France, so they moved to Dujamou, and on July 1944 the 48th carried out airstrikes to support the First Army to break through German positions at Saint-Lô in France. They took out tanks and gun positions, and on the 29th of August 1944 they moved to Coningsby, where our legend that we spoke about, who sadly passed away, Lieutenant Ed Cottrell, bless him, eventually they moved to Belgium. And they loved Belgium at Saint-Tron because they had a 10 1,000-foot runway. Oh yeah, I bet they loved that. They really relished that. They had a good time in Belgium. And on the 17th of September 1944, they supported Operation Market Garden. And then lots of key moments started to happen. We're going towards the end of 1944, and the 48th are really involved in some serious missions. December the 6th, 1944, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down in Jülich, Germany. You see, we're now talking about being in Germany now. They were stuck by a soccer field, and that day was, it was December, it was freezing fog. It was traditional December weather. Foggy, icy conditions, snowing, visibility stuck. But what are you going to do? Your troops, your 9th Army, are stuck on the ground. You're going to need to support them, rain, sleet or snow. So the 48th took up on a mission, and one of the squadrons was the 493rd, the Grim Reapers. They flew at treetop level height, which is quite common for the Typhoon. In fact, the Hawker Typhoon played a similar role, really, to the P-47, coming to think of it. Now, the 48th, with our legend Ed Cottrell, who had 65 missions to his name when he finished, they flew at around 200 feet at 325 miles per hour. That's impressive. Now, it was led by Major Stanley Latiolis, and they flew with delayed bombs. And they strafed the ground, and it was success. They actually strafed the ground and managed to, disable the German troops on the ground, and they could proceed after the soccer field. Ed was shown when he got back 40 bullet holes in his P-47, and actually that's nothing compared to some of the ones I've seen. On the 17th of December 1944, the 493rd led another mission. This time it was to attack a bridge. Oh, hello. Talk history, you get aircraft. Braking as well. Nice example of aero braking just there. Just relieving the braking systems and the nose gear, letting aerodynamics, or shall we say drag in this instance, do the work to slow the aircraft down. Wonderful. There we go. I think that might be all our aircraft back. One thing, you can never count aircraft in plane spotting. It never works out, even no matter how busy or how quiet it is, you can never get it right, can you? But there we go. So yeah, they really, the 48th really, that P-47 was a vital piece of kit. And 17th of December 1944, the 493rd were given another mission, and it was to attack a bridge. The problem was tanks were spotted, and they needed to take out the tanks and the bridge. The problem was actually, I'll show you. Oh, I haven't got my 109 but a 109 was spotted. And then more came. I was going to tell you about the story now. Ed Cottrell was in one of the P-47s. Now he went down on a dive, and this is Ed Cottrell's story. He went down to to strafe and attack the tanks and the gun positions and bridges. And as he went down, as he released his bombs and strafed the ground, as he pulled up, the 109 engaged came out at him. This is the worst time you could ever be engaged on, ever be attacked on. Why? Because you have not got the speed. He literally went into the dive, and as he pulled up, started to get attacked. So he didn't have that power. The P-47s, interestingly, have a 300 horsepower. I think it's about 300 gallons, isn't it? Was it 30 gallons? 30 gallons. 30 gallons of this alcohol and water mixture with a 300 brake horsepower, 300 horsepower boost. So he may have used that then. The other thing as well, if you're engaged in aerial combat, make sure you release your drop tanks. Why? Two things. One, you're more maneuverable, you're lighter, and secondly, if you get hit on the drop tank, you might as well have had a rocket sent at you, because it's pressurized, it'll explode. So yeah, Ed Cottrell was attacked as he was pulled up, and he took a really bad hit, and they attacked him again, and this time it was a lot more serious than expected, because it actually hit a major part in fact he had about 9 cylinders missing. Okay, oil was spluttering, his view was gone in his canopy, it was all covered in oil, it was spluttering, he had hot oil on his face, he was trying to wipe it, and he was in serious trouble. He was too low to actually bail out from there, so he radioed in to crash land, but then to his horror 2 109s came at him, and I don't know what happened, because maybe they thought, well, he's doomed anyway. Lots of smoke, and what Ed Cottrell's story said, they were crisscrossing around him, and he was thinking, he's probably thinking, hurry up, or when's it coming? They didn't fire, they actually had him one either side, 2 109s either side, and just saluted him, and they went off, and he landed back safely at St. Trond in Belgium. He could not believe it. And what Ed said was that he got out and kissed the floor and got in contact with Pratt & Whitney to say, thank you for saving my life. Thank you for making a life-saving engine. It's a touching story, and bless him, he passed away this year, and I was fortunate enough to catch his special fly past here at Lakenheath last year, and thanks to Claire Bear for getting me his autograph, which was really, really cool. So yeah, we do hear of these stories quite a lot, where a doomed aircraft gets spared. Some of the airmen on both sides. You've got to, if you're going to take something down, you're taking an aircraft down, not the person, and that's the way. That's the difference. Every victory is done in honor. Every aircraft, it was some like high up colonels and generals in the Luftwaffe forbade anyone to shoot anyone that bailed out on a parachute. It was like, there were words that said literally, if it was with the Brown and Stiegler story, he was told, if I ever hear you've shot someone on a parachute, I'll shoot you myself. It's that type, and everything had to be done in honor, not just for the sake of it. Wow, different types of people, eh? 1945, the 48 Fighter Group continued to support the army, and they advanced deeper into Germany with continuing with close air support and armed reconnaissance. And finally, on the 8th of May 1945, it was the last mission, and it was Captain Troy Smith who witnessed thousands of the German troops walking on one side and the Allied army walking on the other. It must have been such a sight to see that. It's like, what do you do now? The war's over. Do you know what I mean? It's amazing. And what a feeling that must be, a relief. And, wow. I'm listening to a lot of stories and reading a lot of books about just some of what was going through people's minds on both sides. But the impact, even from the US arriving here, the mighty 8th, and the other air forces arriving here, was amazing. In June 1945, the 48th started to trace back their steps and move slowly back to France, such as Laon, and eventually they did move back to the US. And towards the end of 1945, the sort of November time, they deactivated. And it was on the 7th of the 11th, 1945. The 492nd got 3. I remember now. The 492nd got 3 aerial victories. The 493rd got 8.5 aerial victories. The 494th got 8. I've got those mixed up, so I do apologise to both squadrons there for getting that back to front. Now, on the 25th of June, 1952, just 7 years later, the 48th reactivated, and this time they got wing status. So this is where, since 1952, they've been a wing. All right, so what's that? 73 years of being a wing? Is that right? Yeah, I got my maths right. Yeah, 73 years. They activated and they became the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing. So they got the bomb status back again. And guess what? Saying things that moving back on 10th of July 1952, they actually moved back to France. And as we mentioned earlier in the stream, they moved to Chaumont. Okay, so those muddy acres, those classic old school 1950s airfield, lots of field, not a lot going on, with like almost like one of those shack buildings. They did have a concrete runway though, but the aircraft that they were going to be flying was the F-84 Thunderjet. Now I don't have one of those, but I do have the next aircraft, which I'm excited to tell you about. In 1953, a aerobatics team known as the Sky Blazers formed, and in May 1954, whilst transitioning to this aircraft that I have with me, was the F-86 Sabre. The Sky Blazers became official, and they became the official US Air Force in Europe demo team. In fact, it was on the 4th of July 1954 that the first displays happened, and the Statue of Liberty wing was given to, or shall we say in French, Statue de la Liberté was given, and that's why they wear it on their on their wing badge. It's got Statue de la Liberté because of the fact that the Statue of Liberty was made not far away from where they were. So that's why. And then the only US Air Force wing with a name, which is so cool. I do love that. I'll just show you the F-86 if I may. So I'll just show you it. I'll turn the camera around because of the light. It's a lot better if I turn that round. I'll show you the F-86. Pretty cool. Look at this. So they were flying this, and they were using flying this in the Sky Blazers as well, which is pretty cool. So the F-86, which kind of developed into the eventually developed into the F-100, but the F-86 Sabre, or the Sabre jet sometimes it's called, it was transonic. It was a fighter jet as well. It had the swept wings. I mean, look at that design. Was really, I mean, it's got a bit of ME-262 about it, hasn't it, as well, and it was, amazing. And the just trying to think, the first flight was 1st of October 1947. Absolutely amazing. And they retired it. I think the last Air Force to actually retire this was the Bolivian Air Force from 1994. It was developed from the North American FJ-1 Fury. There were other variants as well, but yeah, it was a beautiful little aircraft. I say little because it had a wingspan of 39 feet. It's about 11.91, which is what, a metre more actually than a Typhoon, I think, if I remember correctly. Yeah, about that. Yeah, it's nearly a metre actually wider. Oh well, there you go. Now that I say that, max speed was 687 miles per hour. And it was it did have guns. It had 6 50-inch M3 Browning machine guns. It could carry rockets as well and bombs. And it was powered by a General Electric J47 GE27 turbojet engine, and that produced just shy of 6,000 pounds of thrust. It was 5,910 or so pounds of thrust on this beautiful F-86. I mean, how cool is that? Look at it. Very classic, very Cold War era as well. Look about it. It's a lovely, lovely aircraft. And then I'll just keep it like that because I'm going to show you the next aircraft that they were operating. which eventually was the F-100 Super Sabre, which I'll just get now for you. So here's our F-100 Super Sabre. So in 1956, they became the first USAFE wing to operate the F-100 Super Sabre, and there it is. And as we started to roll into the late 50s, this is when things started to change, and it posed the arrival. It led to the arrival. So this is the F-100, and if you've seen my little post about the F-100 with the Sky Blazers livery, I loved that. It was, I mean, this is a classic. This F-100 Super Sabre. It was a jet fighter. Okay, it took its first flight on the 25th of May 1953. It introduced in 1954 in September, and it was kind of developed from the F-86, and the F-100 was 924 miles per hour max speed, so it was supersonic. It was powered by a Pratt & Whitney J57 P21, or the 21A afterburning turbojet engine, producing 10,200 pounds of thrust dry, or 16,000 pounds with afterburner. Very, very, very good aircraft. Wingspan just 10 centimeters shorter than the Sabre at 11.81 meters. A length of 50 feet, that's 15 meters. This one had a crew of 1, the D. Yeah, it was amazing, absolutely brilliant. And it was on the 27th of September 1954 it officially entered USAF or service. It went to the 479th Fighter Wing, actually, first of all, and but for the 48th they became the first USAFE wing to operate it. So there's our Super Sabre F-100. Amazing. Okay, so that's that part there. Hope you're enjoying this so far. Yeah, all good. So yeah, how about that? I'm just trying to get you as many of my as the models as possible. So yeah, so in 57 they briefly became inactive, and they did reactivate, or it became, yeah, they were activated again, but they had another title change. They became the Tactical Fighter Wing, the 48th TFW. So you may see patches with TFS, that's Tactical Fighter Squadron. Again, don't forget there was only the 3 squadrons here at the time. The 495th, remember, they became inactive from the 1st of April 1944, so they were still inactive. It was only the 3 squadrons, when they, from 52. It's still going. So on the 15th of January 1960, this is where we start to go more at home, because they moved to Lakenheath. Now, they had a different tailcode system, okay? Sort of similar to the World War II style system. They had 2 letters. They had LR, LS and LT. The L was for Lakenheath, and then their second letter to denominate which squadron. So the 492nd became LR, the 493rd became LS, and the 494th became LT. And you can see an example of this at Newark Air Museum, so don't miss that out. The Sky Blazers F-100 in the livery of the 492nd is at the Norfolk and Suffolk Aviation Museum. Goodness me, bad that win. So have a look at that one as well if you're in that area. It's pretty cool, isn't it? And also Duxford, not to forget the P-47 Thunderbolt in Mad Hatter's livery as well. All right, so do check that out. Now, the Super Sabres that arrived here first were camo. All right, they were in camo. So the one I showed you was in bare metal. When they received them in 1956, they were in that dark camo. Now, the bare metal version, they had these in late 60s, so sort of like, I don't know exactly what year, I think 67 onwards, they got rid of the camo and became sort of like the bare metal look. Now in 1972, change of aircraft. They were ex-Vietnam War F-4 Phantoms that arrived here. And I don't have a model of this just yet, and I know many of you would get excited if I showed you it. So in 1972 they transitioned from the F-100s to the F-4 Phantoms, and they changed tailcode system again. In fact, the tailcode system was changed completely to LK end of. LK for all squadrons, but that only lasted until 1973, where they finally changed it to the one we know best, LN. That was it, and it stayed like that. So LN has only been since 1973. Now in 1977, another aircraft arrived, and we welcome back the 495th. So they've been inactive since 1944 and came back in 1977. Now the next aircraft I'm going to show you is the F-111 Aardvark. Now this played a major part with the the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing, because it kind of resonates, and a bit like the Eagles and a bit like the P-47s during World War II, the F-111 played a major part with the 48th. Now, the F-111 Aardvarks also gave way to the reactivation of the 495th. So 33 years have been inactive. Now, the 495th weren't called the Valkyries, they were called the Thundervarks. Okay, so they would have had different call signs and all, and different things, because today, being Valkyries, they have kind of Valkyrie, Norse gods, mythological call signs to go with it. So let's show you the F-111 Aardvark. Davey. I know Davey's getting quite excited, and I don't blame him really. So the F-111 Aardvark was the next one, and this was from 1977. So here's our, I don't have it in Lakenheath scheme. Now, just remember, we got our 4 squadrons back. Now, blue for the 492nd, yellow would have had a yellow tail flash for the 493rd, the Grim Reapers, red for the 494th, and green for the 495th Thundervarks. So all 4 squadrons eventually transitioned to the F-111 Aardvark. Now this is a beautiful, bit like the Tornado with its sweeping wings, pretty amazing. You know, it was a multi-role, medium-range, supersonic combat aircraft. Okay, it could do strategic bombing as well, reconnaissance, electronic warfare, such as the EF-11 Aardvark. That was based at Upper Hayford as well. And yeah, it was a fantastic aircraft. I'm just trying to think. I've got a bit of geeky facts for you in just a moment. Give me 1 second. So just to give you a few specs, it can have a crew of 2. Wingspan was 63 feet, that's 19 meters. In swept wing, it will go to 9.8 meters, that's 32 feet. And empty weight was 47,200 pounds. Wow, just think, so empty weight, 47,200. The Typhoon is 24,000 pounds. The F-35A is 29,000 pounds, just to show you the sheer weight of this thing. Powered by 2 Pratt & Whitney TF30 P100 turbofan engines with afterburner. 17,900 pounds of thrust each dry, or with afterburner 25,100 pounds. It could do speeds of 1,650 miles per hour. That's Mach 2.5 for those interested. G limits 7.33 calculated. Did have a gun, a 20 mil, the M61 Vulcan. Did have about 9 hard points. Could take AGM-69 SRAM, AGM-130s, AIM-9s. Could take general purpose bombs, cluster bombs, an array of GBUs and other stuff. So yeah, it was quite a good aircraft for the 48th, sorry. And I'm just trying to think of, because I've totally forgot of the name. Give me 1 second. I'm going to cheat a little bit. It's actually off my own video. I'm getting my notes off. 1 sec. Because the commander of Lakenheath in 1969, all right, was actually involved in the project of the F-111 Aardvark. Now, you may have beaten me to it. If you give me 1 second, I might be able to locate the name. It's a really cool fact, actually, if I can find the name. Henry William Brown, that's it. He was the colonel of RAF Lakenheath in 1969. I know I've kind of gone non-chronological, but it's related to the F-111 Aardvark because he played a part in the development of it. And he was based at he was flying with the 355th fighter group at Steeple Morden. That's right, the Steeple Morden Strafers, and he was named Henry William Brown, and he was a bit of a legend because he was a high-scoring US Air Force pilot. He got some amazing results. At just 18 years old, graduated as a flight officer. He got some amazing results. In fact, his P-51D and Mustang were named the Hun Hunter Texas, and he was the highest scoring ace of the 355th Fighter Group. 8th of March 1944, Brown was on an escort mission to Berlin and engaged in an aerial combat, destroying 3 Ju-88s. He had, I've got his victories and scores somewhere here. But yeah, he was involved in the development of the F-111 aardvark. How cool was that? Totally forgot his scores now. I do apologise. I can't remember off the top of my head his scores. More startups. There we go. Hope you're with me so far. Hope you're enjoying it so far. So yeah, Steeple Morden Strafers, the 355th. They were only, I don't think they were that far from here, to be honest. They're really not far. So the F-111 aardvarks played a major part in 1986. In fact, the 14th of April 86. The longest bombing combat raid at the time in history happened because 24 F-111 aardvarks of the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing took off for Operation El Dorado Canyon, and there was also the Upper Hayford EF-111s as well, and various KC-135s and other tankers. I think they might have taken off from Fairford, I'd like to say, and Mildenhall, some of them, but that's yeah, you know, you get the idea. The US Navy was also involved in this with Tomcats as well, and A7s as well, and it was a 14-hour round trip due to flight restrictions. If it wasn't for that, it would have been a direct, but they had to go all the way around, sort of like was it Iberia, sort of Spain, Portugal, go in. Wow. 14-hour flight, that's a what, 3,500 miles or so, nearly 3,500. It's about that, isn't it? It's a lot. But 8th of September in 1986, they were awarded the Navy Meritorious Unit Commendation, awarded to the 48th by the US Navy Secretary John Lemon, the only US Air Force unit to oh, thanks Davey, 28 KC-10s and KC-135s from Mildenhall and Fairford. I thought Fairford. Thanks, Davey. Thank you. Bless your heart. Yeah, so they're the only US Air Force to receive a US Navy award, the Meritorious Award. Amazing. So 1991, things changed again, and the 495th came inactive again, and the F-111 aardvarks were retired. And at this stage, with everything they had learned, excuse me, the 48th actually dropped the title. Again, they were given a different role, so they became the 48th Fighter Wing, no longer the Tactical Fighter Wing, no longer Tactical Fighter Squadrons. They became the 48th Fighter Wing, and that was from 1991. And then a year later, after they started to retire and see off, I think December 92, after they started to see off the F-111s, the Strike Eagles arrived. Actually, interestingly, February 92, that's when the KC-135s of the 100th arrived at Mildenhall as well. Thought I'd throw that one in for you. 1994 saw the F-15Cs arrive for the 493rd. So, you know, things are starting to shape up as Eagle County. And on the oh, thanks for that, Dave. That's really cool info. On the 24th of March 1999, again, goodness me, the gust nearly blew me off there. Lakenheath, again, with their fighter wing, were involved in Operation Allied Force. It was strike against the Serbian targets, and in just 72 hours, they claimed 4 aerial victories. And that was with the 493rd Expeditionary Fighter Squadron. Call signs Knife 13, Edge 61 and Dirk 21, having 2 MiG-29s to the tally. In 2006, we started to see helicopters here as well, not to forget the 56th Rescue Squadron with the HH-60 Hellos, the Pave Hawks. 2015 saw the arrival of the 57th Rescue Squadron, again with the Pave Hawks, the HH-60, and eventually they moved to Aviano in 2018. Of course, we've got various other things that happened in the world during that time. and eventually things started to shape up and change in 2021, because on the 15th of December 2021 things changed for Lakenheath. It was time for something new. Now we welcome back once more the 495th. They came back with a new nickname, the Valkyries. They brought with them the F-35A Lightning II and made Lakenheath the very first USAFE wing to operate the F-35A. A year later, in 2022, the Grim Reapers, the 493rd, briefly became inactive so that they can operate the F-35A as well. So here we are today with 2 F-35A squadrons and 2 F-15E Strike Eagle squadrons, because the F-15 C and Ds, they were retired. And that was it. And we are now at modern times. How are we doing? Hope you got all that. Hope there was a few new things in there that I added in there for you. I do like to do that. And I hope you enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. See ya! No, actually, no, just kidding. It's time for a cup of tea. See you in a bit. Thanks, Davey, for the info in the background there. That's really helpful. I'm not going extremely crazy. I thought I seen somewhere that FEP did supply some of the tankers as well for that, or at least not supply, but actually operated from. Right, I'll be right back. Gonna have a cup of tea. See ya. Hi. Nice.
Yeah. Anything good coming in today?
I don't know.
Yeah?
No idea.
I mean, it's one of them things, it's a bit luck of the draw, isn't it?
Sorry?
A bit luck of the draw, most of the
Yeah,
time,
that's all you got to do. Just turn up, enjoy the day, hope for the best, see what you got.
Yeah, I mean, this is our, what, 4th or 5th time here now, because we come down from Grays in Essex.
Okay.
And there's the missus now. Yeah, she's always watching your videos. You've been here long?
Today, about 7 o'clock.
Yeah?
Yes.
Did much go off this morning?
Yeah, it was quite a bit. Yeah, it was quite good this morning.
Yeah?
Yeah, it's very good.
Oh, cool. Because apparently quite a bit went off yesterday morning.
Yeah.
Well.
Yeah, it's quite an active place where you can get days that nothing happens, but there you go.
Yeah, because what was it, this time last year we come down and we went over to Mildenhall as well.
Yeah, that's good there, it's right, yeah.
We must have gone the one day next to nothing took off.
It does happen. Quite a bit, so you can enjoy it.
No, we do enjoy the old videos, mate. Keep them up.
Thanks very much.
Speak to you later.
It's a nice day as well today, so better than yesterday. It's a little bit kicky at the minute. It's got a bit of kick, some of those gusts, but it's not too bad.
Yeah, it's a bit breezy at times, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yesterday? I mean, my boys, they live in Scotland, and he said the wind up there was horrendous.
Oh yeah, yeah, up there would have been really bad. I think they had 50, 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's how good they weather for you, nice and unpredictable. Right, you ready? Come in.
Thank you.
Right, see you later, mate. Watch you go.
Bye, have a good day. Big shout out to the Rock Apes. Big shout out to 2503 as well. RAF Regiment, how are we all doing? Rock Ape Chappie, how you doing as well? Rock Ape Chappie 54, hope you're good. Banging, absolute banging. Good to hear from you as well, and Andrew the Rock Ape that we met at East Kirkby as well, hope you're good. Alan Gates, Chris Bloxham, Richard G, Aspen, hope we're all good as well. Simon Watchorn, thanks to all of you for tuning in, hope you're all good. D-Ticket, Kerry, Alan Burden, how you doing? Hope you're good. That was a lovely cup of tea. Hope we're all good. Hope you're enjoying the new aircraft that I've got for you. So today, brought with you on the show the B-29. Hope you enjoyed that one. And the P-40 Warhawk, making its debut on the Ted Coningsby channel. Problem is now that takes the most to get off, so when I'm packing away that takes the longest to put away all the planes. Hilarious. But that's all the info for you for the 48. Hope you enjoyed that. Let me know in the comments what you thought. If you've got any questions about the history of the 48th or the history of the base as well, let me know. Most of them are die cast, yeah. Most of them. I tried to get them in die cast because of the yeah, because they are quite brittle, and especially with the way we not treat them, but what they're exposed to. Because I don't think models are made to be, you know, put on a live show every week. You know, usually you build them and leave them, right? Here we don't build you and leave you. If you're a die-cast model anywhere, you're gonna have a very good life with the Ted Coningsby channel. Yeah, exactly. They're more robust. They're a lot better like that. But yeah, I'm really loving the. I tell you what, it's heavy. Heavy this one. So yeah, absolutely beautiful B-29. Look at it. And like I said, it was they loaned about 87 to the Royal Air Force. These B-20. You can hear my engines on here. Listen to them. Beautiful. So yeah, you're probably wondering why it's got Royal Air Force markings, because this was loaned, or 87 of these were loaned to the Royal Air Force, and Kilo Delta was markings of 115 Squadron. And if you know 115 Squadron, we've mentioned them plenty of times at RAF Marham, and it was designated as the Boeing Washington B1. I'm loving these engines on here. An absolutely ridiculously very heavy bomber. Like we said, about 44,600 pounds it could take of payload. I mean, that's just ridiculous. I mean, I don't know many modern aircraft that can take that. Wow. Just listen to it. Even the propellers sound good on here. A full prop system. Oh, amazing. Absolutely amazing. And yeah, I tell you what, this weighs a lot. Oh man. Hope you're enjoying the show, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome. I'll see if Ted's gonna just quickly pop on the show, see how you're all doing. Dr. Soda, has the Sterling dried out from its Friday dip in the... Yeah, it has. It's looking alright. It's more turning into a short Sterling at this, short Sunderland at this stage. The soggy Sterling, I know. I know they sound good, those props, don't they? Alex Raven, good morning, or good afternoon, or no, good morning, it's still morning. Right, let's have a look who we got on here now. Let's welcome your... And Captain A, how you doing? Hope you're good, mate. Captain A, 29 months member, and also a Spanner Flight crew as well. So thank you, Spanner Flight, for that. Oh, got some other news for you as well, which I'll give you in a moment. Captain A, thank you. A Guards March to you for your Spanner Flight service and also your lengthy service as a member as well. So much appreciation to you. But thank you for creating this amazing channel. Thank you very much. Kiwi Kim, member for 13 months. Love the stream and wonderful info provided. Thank you very much. Linda the Woodies Wood, welcome. High five, Guards March. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Jane Ann, who's been a member for 7 months, put good morning all, and also high five to Jane Ann for gifted a Ted Coningsby membership. Wibbs with 13 months membership as well. Margot gifted a Ted Coningsby a super chat. Ali Leyland, super chat as well. Thank you very much. Guards March. Wibbs, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Thank you so much. And Jolly Green Giant 976, can't think of a better way to start my day than a class of warplanes. Great story on the P-47, great pilots. Nikos, you are a really good teacher with much appreciation and enthusiasm. Thank you very much for that. I do put a lot into it, and I do like to talk to you about the history and aircraft with a passion. Also, a happy birthday Guards March to my cousin Maria in Cyprus. That's Maria Sodiriou in Cyprus. A Guards March and a happy birthday. So the other thing to let you know, I will be, this one I don't mind sharing with you all. I should be getting in possession of the Silver Play Button Award for reaching 100k. It's on its way, I believe, sometime next week or the week after. So I will be doing a reveal live stream. I'll just do a live stream of me opening it up. I think that'd be really cool to do. So I'm going to be opening that up. I'll just leave it in a box and just open it up and just go with it, see what happens. It can only go wrong. It can only go wrong, he says. So yeah, I'm going to do that. Now, just to give you a bit more info as well, I do need to update the noteheads. I will not be here on Friday. I'm actually going to go to RAF Valley. I've been invited to Families Day, so there won't be any stream or anything. I'm going to go and enjoy that, and I've got to do some Ted and I are going to be working in partners with some very special people. I'll try and film it and go with that. So there won't be a live stream on Friday, but I will be at inside the base, because it's not a public event, RAF Valley Families Day. It's invite only, which I've been invited to, along with Claire Bear and Ted, of course. And we can't wait. And there's going to be some special things there. And then the week after that, I'll see if I can come up with some interesting things. So we still have someone's put about Mac Loop. So keep your notification bell button on, because I will just turn up. Lossy Mouth is happening next month, hopefully. You know, fingers crossed. Yeah. What else? We've got Lake District as well to do. We've still got LFA 17 as well. So there'll be a few extra things coming up for you. What else? End of the year, I suppose we've got York Night, back at the lakes again. But yeah, I'll try and... I haven't done Mac Loop this year, sadly. Just haven't been able to fit it in. It's been on the go all the time, but I usually go later in the year anyway. So I'll try and get some Mac Loop streams for you as well. I want to try out my new kit as well up there. I haven't tried it up Mac Loop. I'm just trying to move away from the older system and try and bring you some good stuff, but I'll take both just in case it doesn't work. So look out for that. I will be popping up just like that at Mac Loop, see what happens, eh? Right. Yeah, so a good day here at Lakenheath. Hope you're all enjoying it. Oh yeah, got to show you this, but I've got some other interesting bits. Tell you what, usually I use my P47 for this. Let's give this P40 Warhawk a little bit of love today. Let me bring the P47 as well, because there's another cool thing as well to show you. So if you look at oh, I'm missing a propeller. Ah, there it is. It's in motion. That's what it is. Sorry, it hasn't broken, it just comes off, so you can pack it away and take it off. So have you ever noticed the US Air Force or US Army Air Force during World War II have only got one roundel, even on the bombers, just one roundel. For those that are regular to the show would know why this is, and I am quite happy to answer that for you as well. So if we get our Spitfire, oh, it's quite windy, man. Woo, windy. Where's my Spitfire? So early let's try and get away from the sun a little bit. Early 1942, ladies, gents and teddy bears, the US Army Air Force made a decision to do away with having two roundels. They decided to have a one roundel on their aircraft, and it wasn't to save money, it was actually to save lives. Now in aerial combat, the human, or shall we say, let's take a step back. Even nature, humans love symmetry. They love things being in the middle. They love it. They focus on things, and when it comes to focusing on your targets, you can be distracted. The brain does get distracted. Now if you look at our P40 Warhawk here, look at the symbol, look at the insignia, the marking. Your brain is going over here. The most important part as an attacker would be in the middle, engine, pilot. So if you take our Spitfire, of course, as an attacker or a defender, what you're looking out for is markings. If it's a cross, well, if you're the Royal Air Force and you see a cross, well, that's your enemy. If you're the Luftwaffe and you see roundels, well, that's your enemy if you see anything round. So what they decided to do, they worked out that the brain likes to follow symmetry. And don't forget, these things are going superbly fast. I mean, combined speeds of maybe 500 miles per hour sometimes. And what happens, what the US Army Air Force decided to do, is to get rid of the second roundel, making the brain, if in an aerial dogfight, the brain is going over here for a split second, is to deceive and put off the attacking aircraft, okay? So when you're going in and out of clouds, the brain is just going over here, whereas our poor little Spitfire over here, you are really focused. It's already giving you a nice center line target. It's already giving you the center sights. And that's what the thinking was behind, to get rid of the two roundel system, was to just confuse the brain just for a split second to save lives. It's funny because modern aircraft today, even in the Royal Air Force, only have the one roundel as well. So that's your reasons for that. Yeah, that's it. Sorry, that's the word I was looking for. Line of sight. Thank you for that. Cheers for that, mate.
man.
All right there.
Afternoon now.
Good. Yes, I will be updating the noteheads. It needs updating actually. I'll put you the link on in now. We'll be updating it, so we'll have all your answers on there. That's the latest one anyway. Right, I'll be right back, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Be right back. Oh yeah, actually, saying that, so I'll show you my 2 new things. Show you a couple of little goodies that I've got here for it. Oh yeah, so for those that are regular that missed it this morning, I did a little cross section of the. You can see how windy it is. Goodness me! Right, let's pop it over a little bit. Don't know if you can see that, okay, but this is the cross section. Actually, if I move a little bit, going right into the wind now. So yeah, this is the cross section because Lakenheath was a decoy airfield to protect neighbouring RAF Mildenhall. So it was a fake RAF Mildenhall, had a fake runway, even had the fake Wellington bombers that were made out of plywood. I believe it was Eriswell that there was a furniture, or at least a the wood there was supplied from goodness me, Eriswell. So this is what the ops room, this is a cross section. So if you go inside here, so this maybe stood here, the cross section underneath, so it would have been covered with earth. There would have been a blast wall, which I didn't put in actually. There would have been a blast wall, which I put here on the cross section. This is kind of like a almost like, you know, the planning when you, let me just move a little bit, the light is awful. I don't know if you can see that very well, sorry about that. So yeah, Lakenheath was a decoy airfield. There would have been 2 officers in here operating all the lights, and decoy airfields had 2 types. There was a K site and a Q site, and K site was for daytime and Q site was for nighttime operations. So this would mean activating the lights, making it look like a real functioning airfield. There would have been a spotlight here where the officer could pretend it was like taxiing aircraft. And literally this little officer here says, My job is to try and get bombed, which is exactly that. It was made to look like, well, here, it was made to look like RAF Mildenhall, the same aircraft, but fake. But it was so effective that even our own aircraft would actually attempt to land, which would have very, very dangerous consequences. So they had to come up with a system to have special flares and red lights to let the pilots know, hang on a minute, this is not the real one, because obviously you don't want to radio that sort of information in. So inside here, so this is the cross section, would have been covered. I have forgotten the blast wall, which well, we could say it was here. There's the ladder. Here's the ladder here. So this ladder here is here. So you go in, you've got your engine room, there's some vents here, you've got your oil and petrol store. Now over this side there would have been the switchboard. Here you would have had gosh, pipes. And so I'm just trying to hang on for dear life at the minute. But yeah, this was a Decoy airfield ops room. Okay, so this is what it would have you know, comprised of. And it was literally a case of making it look as real. So fake hangars, some deceptive paintings on them. And Lakenheath was actually recorded to have been attacked 5 times. So that really means that it saved Lakenheath, Mildenhall, sorry, 5 times, which is amazing. I don't know where the original bunker is, but there are some grade 2 listed buildings. There's evidence. This looks more, let's have a look. I mean, I'm not saying it is, but where is it? Oh, where'd it go? Hang on, sorry. I have got it. Hang on a minute. I've lost it. Hang on, I had it a minute ago. Gosh, the light is so bad. I can't actually see anything. Hang on. There we go. See, that's, to me, that's not the right design, that one there. That looks more like just a post of some sort. That's not the same design. Yeah, there wouldn't be any windows because that would have been covered. However, that said, I would need a closer inspection one day to tell you, but I don't think that would be it. But it could be. I could be wrong. Depends. But there are a couple of these World War II posts inside the base, and I'm just wondering if the Decoy airfield bunker room is still there. Don't know. We'll never know. Okay, so I can hear startups, or at least engines spooling in the distance. I can hear F-135 PW100 engines, which, of course, if you know, they belong to the F-35A. We should have a show for you tomorrow and Thursday, and then, like I said, unfortunately we won't be streaming on Friday because we have commitments, but it will be a great experience nevertheless. If I can get you footage, I will. Looking forward to that, and hopefully I'll get you weather permitting, usual streams next week, hopefully 4 to 5. Looking forward to it. So yeah, the sound you can hear is Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100. The F-35B has the PW600. Mark, I will do, man. We'll enjoy it. Hello. Yeah, hi.
When do you find out how? Sorry, we follow you on YouTube.
Cool.
When do you find out when they fly?
You don't.
We've been so many times you're unfortunately.
You just got to turn up.
Really?
Yes.
Because we were browsing YouTube this morning and we saw your live feed.
Yeah, you just got to turn up.
In the car and we
yeah,
came.
just turn up and enjoy the day.
Okay.
Oi, how's it going, Grand Crew True here? How's it all going? Hope we're all good. Hope you're enjoying this lovely, lovely weather. It's a bit more windy at times, but at least the current bun's out in it. That's nice. I like the current bun. Makes you feel good, doesn't it? That's right, makes you feel good. Don't forget to hit that like button with your longers and lingers. That's right. Make sure you hit that like button, whether you're watching on the dog and bone, your lamb chop. That's right, your Liza Minnelli. Well, or your wobbly jelly, depending whereabouts you're from. But you know how it is. Yeah, just been enjoying it. Nick was talking about the F-4 Phantom. That was my favourite aircraft. Some countries still fly it, you know. I love it. Love the Phantom. It was the aircraft I first seen and I fell in love with it, and I thought, you know what? I want to fix it. And I thought, I don't want to fly it, I just want to fix it. I love fixing things. That's right, if something's broken, there you go, I'll fix it. That's kind of like the ground crew. Pilots, they break it, we mend it. They bend it, well, you know, we mend it. They bend it, mend it, break it, fix it. You know how it is. Hey, we right now. Hey, how you doing there, Reggie? You alright?
Oh, I'm right now. Yeah, all good there now. Just doing me pre-med checks there now. Yeah. Oh, there was a funny chap over there.
Yeah, what's going on?
He was funny. I don't know what he was doing. He was doing something over there. Now I had to give him a bit of advice there now.
Oh yeah, what's that?
Well, he was brushing his teeth with his left hand there now. I told him it's better with a toothbrush.
Really?
Yeah. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. Definitely interesting there now. How we doing wrong there now? My name's Reggie.
Okay. I like that. It sounded a bit like a pirate, but never mind. Rockade pirate. Yeah, it'll be a nice combination, innit?
Sit there now.
So, where you going? You going on holiday this year?
Oh, yeah, we're going back to the woods there, Cornwall over there now.
You're going to Cornwall? Lovely. I think we're all going, aren't we?
Yeah, that's right there now. Wingy will be taking us on his minibus with Joanna and up there now. And he'll be taking us to Cornwall there now.
Oh, looking forward to that. Can't wait. Bears at the beach. Love it. I hope there's a sweet shop there. I love me sweets and me flying saucers. They're my favourite.
Oh, those flying saucers are alright there now. You start chewing them, but they just lack that bit of chuckiness. Chicken.
Chicken? No, they're sweets. They're not supposed to taste like chicken.
Well, everything tastes like chicken. I saw that film. Kept going on about it. Made me hungry. These films going on about it. Even games, they've got chuckins everywhere now.
Oh, right. Okay. Well, okay. I see what you mean. You can influence people. Just start eating chuckin. Well, it's like when we're at Mildenhall. I always think KFC when I go there.
Mildenhall. Oh, chuckin. They got a good kebab shop there as well, there, Mildenhall. And then something for our very own Squadron leader. They got a sushi shop over there.
What, Mildenhall?
Yeah, I've seen it there now.
Oh, right, we'll have to go and have a look. Right, okay, so I'm going to go on my, just finish my break off. I'm going to go and read my book.
Oh, you're reading the book there now. What was it about there?
It's about anti-gravity, but I just can't put it down. See ya.
Oh, he's alright, isn't he? Goodness me, how we doing? Oh, goodness me, it's a bit windy. Hey. Right, behave yourself. It's going to do me perimeter checks.
I think they've been hanging around Comedy Ted too long. So I can hear F-135 PW100s. They're getting closer, and here it is. Okay, here comes trouble. Here we go. So, 4 F-35s, 48th Operations Group. Oh yeah. And of course, thank you to everyone who supported the channel to get to 108k. Wow. more trouble. Thanks a lot, Aspen. Brent Mosley, hello to you from 48th, who's watching from 15 Wing in Henrietta. Okay, so we've got another set of F-35's LN tail code. Now it is a bit taller than the F-35B, believe it or not, and it's slightly longer. I'm wondering if it's because of the, well, I'm sure I came across somewhere that because of the weight of the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW600 variant on the engine, because it's almost double the size of the PW100. They've had to reduce some of the weight. And don't forget, it's got the free BSM, which attributes to the stovevalve, the shaft, the whole connection between Rolls-Royce lift system and Pratt & Whitney's F-135 engine to make it into the PW600 variant. Adds to a lot of weight on the F-35B. So I've come across some weight reductions that's been done on the F-35B, and I think one of them is trimming down some of the stabilizers. I'm pretty sure I've seen that somewhere, but there we go, until I find it 100%. But it is apparently just about, what, 10 centimeters shorter in height than the F-35A. Tone, how you doing, man? Plane spotter Tone, hope you're good, man. Good to see you on here. Hope all the family are well, and all your new arrivals, hope they're both good. Nice one. Sorry, hope your new arrival was good. Oi, plane spotter Tone. Yeah, good, man, hope you're good. Hope the little one's all good, settling in all right in the world. Enchanted Blue, oi oi to you, hope you're good. Margot, hope we're all good. Alex Black Cat, Mark Garwood, hope we're all well. Jude Mal, welcome. Here we go, it's time to ride. You've seen all that smoke, see how bad it is, the wind, it's really, really punchy. Look at that. It's time to ride. business. Enjoy your day. Oh, lovely. Oh, thank you. Thanks. Oh, thank you very much.
Hello, posh officers, yes. Wingy here. Reporting for duty. Yes, how are you? This is my replica of my Spitfire I used to fly into war, yes. Yes, Joanna, how are you, darling?
Oh, darling, do behave.
Ah,
G'day, Wingy. How are you?
it's the doctor, yes. Hello, Ted, how are you?
Yes, I'm fine. I've just come to give you your results. I've just had a look, and it looks like you've got a little bit of, you know, jet fuel in your bloodstream.
Oh, that's it, that's the spirit, that's good, that, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not. I don't think it's very good for you. So we're going to have to do some more tests.
Oh dear, tests, yes, I got an A.
I don't think it's that type of test, you know. I need to check your actual blood results.
Blood results. What's the answer? I'll go with B this time.
No, it's not that type of examination. It's actually a blood test.
Blood test. They're red.
No, it's not that type. It's wee buns. You'll be okay. You just gotta sit back and we'll get you an injection.
Injection, yes. Injection seats, yes. Goodbye. Look at my injection seat. Yeah, bye.
Why does everybody go when I turn up? No idea. My name's Tad. I'm working with the 48th Medical Group. Just looking forward to seeing everyone and giving them the results, but every time I go near them, they fly away. Never mind. Okay, have a good day. Behave yourself, I'll be there to get your tests.
Goodness me, is he gone now? Goodness me, always after bloods. Mind you, he does his job, does his work. Without him, we couldn't fly.
Did I just see him there? My name's Tad, and if you spot that that wee Wingy, you'd have to let me know. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here in the viewing area. It's at Lakenheath. I'd like to say I can hear some startups, but nah, maybe not. Sounds can be deceiving. Yeah, so we're in the official viewing area now. For those that are new, there is plenty of parking in the actual enclosure itself, but there's also a sort of like a road that leads up to the enclosure where you can park safely on the side. But of course, don't block the, if you do come as far as the burger van, keep the access road clear, because it is a private road that goes to private residence, and also there is an access gate into the base as well, so please keep that, don't block that, where you'd be told to move. And yeah, do park sensibly as well. And also there are bins provided, but there's no toilets here, unfortunately, so you'll have to improvise. The other thing as well, message as well that I get, please don't touch the fence, and certainly don't climb it and damage it in any way, and rest your ladders, because it can actually damage it. Yeah, it's obviously no drones, and as we spoke about, safe viewing and being more observing with our surroundings as well, to be mindful of any suspicious activities as well. Do try to, you know, take note of anything like that. So if you spot anything sort of untoward, not quite right, do write it down, but do it discreetly. We always say that, and do contact the authorities. If it is an emergency, then call 999. Please do so if you see any suspicious activity, and what to look out for. Someone asking odd questions, for example, nothing related to aviation, really intrusive questions, but you can ask someone that's quite experienced here for any advice as well, if you're not too sure. But if you are reporting anything like that, do it discreetly. If you want to write stuff down, you don't approach these types of people. You just don't know what's going through their minds with that. Okay, that's the way it is at the world. A few other safety things as well. As we start to get, you know, the days get shorter and shorter, just be mindful if you are coming at night. When I say night, if you know, it gets dark at 4 p.m, 5 p.m, which is not considered late, but do be mindful of your lights, and turn off your flash off your phone if you're doing any photos at night or anything like that, because it can put off the pilots as well. If you spot anyone using those laser pens, they are illegal to shine at an aircraft, so again, that's an emergency to call 999. There's sort of refreshments and food wise, there is Dave's Burger Van as well. He does breakfast, brunch and lunch. He stays sort of mid-afternoon, which is quite good. Comes here quite early. Lots of fresh produce from the butchers as well, local produce, which is really good. There is an ice cream, I think it's Flint's ice cream, so Flint's ice cream, do check that out as well. That's always good, which is quite new. He's parked up next to Dave's Burger Van as well. Like I said in previous streams, there are bins provided, although on windy days things can just blow back out again. So there's a couple of things you can do. We got a habit of bringing our own bags. They're quite cheap, I guess. You know, anything from 99p to 1.99 for you know, a roll of swing bag bin liners for, like, I don't know, to get 25 or whatever, you know what I mean. But if you take them with you, if you go to places like the Mac Loop where there's completely no bins provided, or even if you go on a non-aviation adventure, dare I say that, you know, at least you can make use of it if there isn't a bin provided. So you can either take it home, or the point of bringing a bag and filling it up and then putting it in a bin, it adds a bit more weight. That's all I'm getting at, because I find putting a tissue can blow back out again on that. All right, so hope you're all good. So we're just gonna probably have one more, our last hour before we finish up for the day. It's been a cracking day, really good. I've certainly enjoyed it. I hope you have as well. It's been cracking. So let's see what we're gonna get. We'll either catch some more departures or some arrivals before we finish up for the day, and let's have a look. I'll show you something else I've been working on. I did this yesterday, and I've mentioned it a few times, of evolution of military tactics, because of course with each aircraft that's created poses its own challenges. So for example, I've seen many of you mention various aircraft that, you know, that are coming out in the future, and the thing is, when an aircraft comes in, it means one is going to be coming out. Most usually that is the case, or at least the idea is to replace something. And the thing is, you just don't know. So things like the Tempest, a decade, could take a good decade, and even the design is probably 20 years you know, it happened 20 years ago. If you think about the Eurofighter, that was in the late 70s when it was the idea was put into place. And you know, by the time you make it, by the time you do it, you've got to remember that, you know, you've got to remember from the prototype, the development, to actually releasing it and introducing it. It's all very well that said, but how will it perform? You just don't know. You just do not know. You might be able to create something that looks amazing and has all the latest and greatest, but can it perform? You just don't know until you put it out there into the wild. So we were talking about tactics the other day from I've spoken about it many times, like the Lancaster during the Augsburg raid in 1942. You know, think about the Luftwaffe having a look at it for the first time, like, oh, what's this? They were a bit, you know, what is that? Because they wouldn't have seen it, right? They wouldn't have seen it. They didn't have the internet then, or did they? You don't know. But just saying, the intelligence of that description, you know, keeping things in its design secrecy, when you are the defender, you just don't know what this aircraft is capable of if you are meeting an aircraft for the first time. It's like I've said before, in World War I, the army on the ground probably never even seen anything flying before. You know, we had the Zeppelins that were going around, all the balloons, but a biplane, you know, some of these wouldn't have seen it. How do you know if it's enemy? How do you know if it's friend or foe? You just don't know. And as you bring aircraft into introduction, things start to develop. There's a different role for aircraft. There's aircraft that can do reconnaissance, there's aircraft that can do bombing, there's aircraft that can do ground attacks, fighter attacks. So each aircraft has its role, but the thing is, how does it perform and how do you go about defending against it or attacking it even? So we mentioned about the B-17s and how many guns it's got, and I've always said if you get a formation of B-17s, the 109s would have thought, oh dear, they've got a lot of guns from the back, so they've tried all sorts. It could take about 1,000 rounds to take one of these down. The Fort, as it was you know, lovingly known as the B-17 Flying Fortress, had a, you know, if you turned those guns into water jets, if you were to get into your 109 and try to take it down, but imagine they were water jets, just for argument's sake, it's impossible not to get wet, right? One of those machine guns is going to get you. So they had, you know, the Luftwaffe pilots had to think about tactics of how to take down B-17s. I mean, it wasn't totally invincible, I get that. It could take up to about 20 strafes to try and penetrate and get through, because at the end of the day it was heavily protected, hence the name Flying Fortress. But there was a weakness, the front, the cockpit, a pilot. It just takes one bullet to, you know, to take down, if you think about it in a more sinister way. And so the Luftwaffe, or the 109 pilots, decided to come against, you know, to come across a tactic. But if I go back a little bit, even down to the B-17s doing their daylight bombings, they met flak. They thought they were invincible in a B-17, which, you know, to some extent they were. It could take batter in the B-17s, but the problem is the amount of flak could just devastate the hull and completely rip the plane to pieces. However, what they found, I think it was LeMay that decided against doing the weaving. So there was a lot of thought. So imagine you are in your B-17 or your B-24, you're going in doing your bombing run and you're meeting flak and you're like, what is this? I mean, it can be very, you know, I can imagine them starting to get you know, be fearful, because this could take you down, and you had to have trust in your aircraft. Some pilots on the first few bombing runs would start to weave, but you start to weave, you're going to lose your target. So LeMay said we need to not do that. Although it's very easy to get in your mind to try and avoid the flak, the thing is you are moving away and making your target harder to hit. So LeMay said not only do we go straight, they even thought about, hang on a minute, they thought about approaching. So this is where I said about the weather being really important. The sun, a very common tactic that's still used today for various reasons. If you were in your Typhoon and there's someone attacking you, you can use the sun to blind your enemy, or you could use the sun to, if you last resort, to use the heat to hopefully get a heat-seeking missile to just move away from you. It is possible. It's an old tactic, and they even thought about that during World War II with the B-17s and other bombers, to make sure on the bombing run to have the sun behind them, so that the enemy firing the flak would have the sun in front of them. Very clever and very important. Basic things like that were really important. So back to the 109 pilots thinking, the only way I'm going to take down the B-17 is to attack it from the front, and I've come up with a drawing of the perils doing that. So I'll just show you how this works out. Now, I've done a bit of maths. I know, Nikos and maths, here we go. Right, this is what I come up with. If the 109 is traveling at 270 miles per hour, the B-17s usually would go around 180 miles per hour on their bombing runs, or for argument's sake, we'll go at 180. That's a combined speed. If they were 1 mile apart exactly, traveling at those speeds, in 8 seconds they'll collide. 8 seconds a mile is amazing. Or for those that do kilometers, it's just slightly under 5 seconds, which is colossal. Now think about it. If this 109 was 2 miles away, okay, 2 miles, in 16 seconds it would collide. This means that it's about 201 meters per second. I know I'm pretty good at doing imperial and metric, combining them. That's the way I do things, you know how it is. Which means 1/4 of a mile is just 2 seconds. Now don't forget, that means the pilot has only got literally 5 seconds to fire and get out. But the thing is, he's got to allow, the pilot has to allow 2 seconds, because if they're 1/4 of a mile away, in 2 seconds time, they will collide. If the 109 pilot did manage to penetrate this, okay, this is just gonna go, you know, it's gonna explode into pieces if it does, depends what he's going to hit. But don't forget about the debris, and don't forget about trying to pull out the way. So the 109's cannons, the 20 mil, were really effective at around 200 meters, I think it was. So what they did, they adjusted the 20mm cannons on the 109s to be accurate at 400 meters. So 400 meters means they've just got 2 second window to fire and get out. So 4 seconds would mean they're 1/2 a mile away, and in those 4 seconds, in 2 seconds, fire and go. Because if you go 3 seconds, you are literally got 1 second left. That's 200 meters to go before you impact into your target. Which, if you put that into perspective, this is a very dangerous method of doing it. So really, you know, so I actually put that into a bit of maths and a bit of drawing to actually see what this entails. And I have to say, that is some scary stuff. Yeah, so I had a little, thought I'd actually start drawing this out and see how it goes. So should have F-15s taxiing out very shortly. Yeah, so yeah, I was having there's a really good book I've been reading called Battles with the Luftwaffe. Really good. Really recommend that book if you want to have a look at tactics from both the US Army Air Forces and the Luftwaffe. Really amazing book, absolutely fantastic from both sides to understand the tactics that were used. Really good. Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath. Steve Rampling, oi oi to you, how you doing? Good to see you. Hope we're all good. Regards to all the family, hope you're well. Wayne, oi oi to you. Kevin Jackson, Alan Gates, Chris Bloxham, how's it all going? Hope we're all good. Always good to see the heavies. Oh yeah, see that windsock at full plan. Usually if you've got the checkered wing rings, the colours red and white, or red and orange, sorry, orange and white or red and white, usually indicates about 5 knots. So at full it's a guide for pilots to have a quick look at any crosswinds, and a pilot can quickly look at the windsock. So if it's at full out, it's about 25 knots. There are some airfields, someone answered it for me and I couldn't remember, but so you know, each checker, shall we say, or each ring, it denominates 3 knots or 5 knots. I can't remember which airfield, but I think military ones are 5, I think, or 3. I couldn't remember which way around it was. But what I'm saying is that at full outage like that, a full span, it would denominate 25 knots, depending on how many rings it's got, of course. But that's why it's checkered, and each, not checkered, but you know what I mean, it's striped, that's probably the right word. Each part where the ring stops, that's 5 knots. So if it was halfway, it would be something like, I don't know, 12.5 knots, something like that. It's a good visual to indicate how strong the wind is for especially crosswind, that kind of thing. Although the details will be given on departure, it's always a good quick visual for the pilot to have a look at. So it's been quite a good day, hasn't it? It's been excellent. I've really enjoyed today, and that mass takeoff in the morning was good. We've had what, 3 unrestricted climbs? Oh yeah. A few approaches, a few low approaches. That little yellow box that you can see there on the screens, that's a marker to inform pilots. So those are the taxi and holding points. So if you can see the sort of the dashes, that means that a pilot can proceed and doesn't have to stop there. Oh, I think there should be one on the other side. Yeah, there it is. So because we are approaching those dashes that you can see there, a pilot's it's not a holding point for a pilot going towards this, but if an aircraft was coming the other way, so towards this sign, as in approaching from the catwalk, they have to stop because it's solid lines. All right, so just a little marker there for you. So when they're taxiing back, if you remember, when they taxi back this way, when they've landed, if you remember, they don't stop, they keep going. But if you remember going back to the stream today, when aircraft have taxied down, sometimes they wait about sort of there. All right, so it's to let them know that if you are coming in from the top, that's the best way I can describe it, they have to stop there. Whereas if the pilots come to land on 05, and they would need to just carry on. Yellow is usually for taxiways and etc. All these lines that you can see. And thanks to everyone for hitting that like button and subscribing today. Again, the channel is still growing. So, just waiting for the F-35s to return, and that should be our day. It does appear to have, just look like we may have an arrival in about 15 minutes perhaps. also got another aircraft to show you for our Marham streams. I managed to get hold of a Handley Page Victor as well that served at RAF Marham, so looking forward to that. So lots of things coming up this end of the year. There we go, Point Charlie, F-35s, here we go. Winds. You can see that on the trees there. You alright? How you doing? Sorry? I don't know.
Oh, right.
I don't know.
We've got one all day.
Can do, yeah. go. Just behind us, a nice 2 ship coming up on initial. just about caught a few tones of the Pratt & Whitney's F100 PW229s, which means F-15E Strike Eagles just then. So let's see. Yeah, I can definitely hear them now. So maybe a few more departures before we finish up ourselves as well for the day. There you go, definitely confirmed that is a Pratt & Whitney F100 229, which is applied to the F-15E Strike Eagles. There we go. That haunting howl. Now those F100s, the 229s, they measure at 4.85 meters in length. And what's fascinating about the engine is that it's got a classic 3-stage low pressure compressor with a 10-stage high pressure compressor, right? And it squeezes air, compresses it 32 times. That's a ratio of 32 to 1. That, my friends, is impressive. If there was 32 cubic centimeters of air, it's now down to 1. That is just amazing. Bypass ratio is extremely low as well, 0.36 to 1. Output 17,800 pounds of thrust dry, or 29,160 with afterburner each. Which the F-15E Strike Eagle has too, with its absolutely huge, tall stabilizers. The whole aircraft sits at 5.64 meters in height. Empty weight is 34,000 pounds. With 2 of those engines, produces just over 58,000 pounds of thrust. Impressive stuff from the F-15E Strike Eagle. It is a dual controlled aircraft. Like I said, it's been around, or at least its maiden flight, since 1972. An impressive aircraft, it really is. An answer to the Foxbat, the McDonnell Douglas F-15 Eagle, as it started out, the single-seater F-15A, designed for air superiority as a fighter, and it emerged from the FX program and was first proposed to the US Air Force in the 1960s. And it was a follow-up on the North American F-100 Super Sabre as well, and also to try and beat world records and try to get to that Mach 2.5. And in the course of the program, the FX program, the design proposals were literally sought from 3 airframe manufacturers. Of course, we had McDonnell Douglas. There was also North American Rockwell that was in for the chance to compete, and also Fairchild Hillier. And it was in December 1969 that it was indeed McDonnell Douglas that was selected as the prime airframe instructor. Here he is, oi oi! Love the top, mate, love the top. How you doing, all right?
Yes, thank you.
Good, good, good. So the winning design was to the single-seater fixed wing, as it is. And it had to have, of course, just like the Air Ministry specifications during World War II, it had to have the specifications such as the thrust-to-weight ratio being in excess of a 1:1, containing extremely advanced avionics, and it was also to be armed originally with a 25mm Philco Ford GAU-7A multi-barrel cannon. But of course, like most of the aircraft, they're fitted with the General Electric M61 Vulcan cannon, which is awesome. 6,000 rounds per minute, won't be complaining about that. So the aircraft design was go ahead for McDonnell Douglas. It was powered by, at the time, 2 Pratt & Whitney F-100s after burning turbofans, which produced 25,000 pounds of thrust each. The contract called for 20 of the aircraft to be developed. It comprises of 18 single-seaters, the F-15A, and eventually there was also the F-15B, which at the time was designated as the TF-15A, which was the family version trainer. After completion at St. Louis, the first ever F-15A was transported to Edwards Air Force Base, where it took upon its first ever flight. Its maiden flight happened on July 27th, 1972, and it was made by Irving Burroughs. Now, the first flight of the family version, the TF-15A, like I said, redesignated as the F-15B, that was made almost exactly a year to that date, on July the 7th, 1973. Now, the first ever happy deliveries of the Eagles were to the 555th Triple Nickel, the Tactical Fighter Training Wing at Luke Air Force Base, followed by other squadrons as well, such as the 58th Tactical Fighter Training Wing, and in January 1976 it was made to its first ever operational base by the 1st Tactical Fighter Wing at Langley Air Force Base, Virginia. Plenty of air forces operated the F-15s, and they still do today, and it's been one of the most iconic aircraft ever built. But it's certainly, with our conversations regarding air superiority and can it perform well, it certainly has an extremely flawless record when it comes to aerial combat. The F-15E Strike Eagle, keeping the legacy going, which kind of developed with the idea to replace the Aardvark, I guess. Would that be right in saying the F-111 Aardvark? F-15E Strike Eagle to develop to do that. But nevertheless, regardless of that, it's a good way of seeing it. But the F-15E, by the way, has an unusual aerial victory. When I say unusual, it was the method in which it took down and destroyed a helicopter. It was in need of support required by special forces, to be exact. And it was during the Iraqi War, the Gulf War, and it took down a Mi-24 helicopter. And it was in the way. It was during the conflict of Operation Desert Storm that this happened, and I believe it happened in 1991. It was an F-15 Strike Eagle. It was the part of the 335th Tactical Fighter Squadron, if I remember correctly, the Chiefs, who were credited with one of the most unique, shall we say, air-to-air victories in aviation history. So, as Bennett actually explained, they actually used a laser-guided bomb to shoot down a helicopter. And it occurred on February the 14th, Valentine's Day of all places. The mission was a Scud Cap, a combat air patrol, and it happened in northwestern Iraq. Now, during the Scud Caps, they looked around either with the FLA, the FLIR targeting, the infrared targeting system pod, or the radar. I think they got lantern as well. But the wingman of the aircraft had 12 Mark 82s, and the Bennett's aircraft had GBU 10s. They were 2,000-pound laser-guided bombs and 4 AIM-9s and 2 external fuel tanks.
Oh, right.
So the time came along, and basically, to cut the long story short, the weather wasn't good, and 5 Iraqi helicopters were in the area about 50 miles to the west. Now, the problem is, special forces were in the area, and it didn't look very good for the ground, and they continued to press into the border. And the wingman, I believe the wingman tried to fire the AIM-9, and it jammed. And there was no other option because these Mi-24 Hind gunships helicopter were going to be causing a threat to the special forces on the ground, the troops on the ground. So they decided to drop a laser guided bomb on the Hind helicopter as it took off and destroyed it. And it's one of the most bizarre, unique methods of taking out a helicopter by using a laser guided bomb. To be honest, it sounds a bit like what they used to do in World War II by dropping bombs on bombers, which was a method that was carried out by the Luftwaffe. They also destroyed all the Hinds on the ground as well. But of course, with the AIM-9s jamming, and that would have been the first option to use the rockets, but sadly they had no option, and the plan was to use the GBU-10s. They weighed about 2,000 pounds, and in theory saved the special forces and the troops on the ground. So just turning in very shortly on final for runway 23 here at Lakenheath. There's a 747. Should be turning very shortly on final. So lots more F-15E Strike Eagle startups. So we'll catch these departures and we'll depart ourselves, I reckon.
I was there last week on Tuesday. 10 minutes after I left, the 747 came. It always happens.
Thanks everyone who's tuned in today. It's been a great day, it's been cracking, it's been a good vibes. A bit punchy gust of winds coming up, but nothing too bad.
747 on there.
Yeah, it's just here, just coming now. Thank you. About to turn just before Attleborough, and we'll line up for a runway 23 on long final. Here we go. Quite nice from here. Don't know if we've ever caught one landing from this side. Oh well, we're about to get one. Okay, nozzles making that noise, which suggests they're on their way to taxi. Okay, I've got visual on it now. So F-15s are taxiing out now. And we've got this lovely 747.
Is that the tanker?
Yeah. No, we can't feel it from there. Oh yes you can. Just about cheeseburger still.
Beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a fantastic and beautiful landing. It, some strong, punchy gust of winds there. You could see it doing a crosswind style landing. Sammy B, how you doing? Hope you're good. Mike Child, Sammy B, Davey, Alex, Margot, Ellie J approach, good. How you doing, man? Hope you're good. looking a bit like the M5 at the moment down there. Look at that. Beautiful.
ride.
of Teddy Bears. Just coming up to the end of our show. G-Van Pulliam, how you doing? Andrew Heatley, oi oi to you. Davey, Captain A. Bloxham, Elsie, Anonymous. How's it all going? Hope you're all well. Howard, you're welcome for the photo at East Kirkby. That air show was very nice. Always good. So Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Guards March. Richard, 12/19/70, enjoying the live videos. Thank you very much. Guards March, thank you for the super. Jules Rogers, thanks for your 21-month membership. Oi oi. 21 months. Wow, love the action. You're welcome, Guards March. Thank you very much. See you later. Okay. Davey H, congratulations on your 1-year membership. Best military channel in the world. Glad to be a part. Thank you very much. Joseph Strange with 21 months as well. Love watching your streams, Ted. Pauline Nelson with 19 months. Thank you very much indeed. Nicola Brown with 11 months. Thank you very much. Oi oi, week. Right, that is us done, Ted. Let's do this. Hope you enjoyed that. Goodness me, Ted, it's windy, isn't it? Wow. So get ready to so there we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope you enjoyed that today. It's been a classic Lakenheath Tuesday today. A really good day here at the 48 Fighter Wing, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And welcome to the first show of the week. Yesterday was pretty bad, and there's some really really strong reminders of the sort of the tail end of the storm, shall we say, which some really punchy gusting winds. But hey, as a stop play, right, that's the way we do it in all sorts. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, it gives me pleasure to say thank you very much, ladies, gents, teddy bears, for tuning. That is a beefy thing, man. Oh yeah, wow. You can hear the fire trucks just going past. So yeah, absolutely amazing. Thank you to everyone who's tuned in and supported the channel in the way that you do, TCS style. So thank you very much. So to the 48 Fighter Wing, thank you very much for owning the skies. Thank you. Always ready, aren't they? Absolutely amazing. And that's what training is all about, to become the best. So ladies, gents, teddy bears, thank you as well. Thank you to our viewers, members and friends of the channel. And I hope you all have a great time. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman and commentator, and this is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, on the controls, and I hope you've enjoyed it. You've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at RAF Lakenheath. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well.
Goodbye from RAF Lakenheath.
Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 exciting membership levels with awesome YouTube perks to reward you back for your support. Our first level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Squadron. You'll get a loyalty badge on YouTube, unique TCS emojis that you can use on comments and live streams, members only videos which include behind the scenes, deleted scenes, sneak previews and also music videos that Ted likes to play the electric guitar on. You'll also get access to members only Discord server and discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All of this for just $1.99 a month. Oh yeah. Our second level of membership is the Posh Officers Club. This includes all of the squadron perks, private Posh Officers Discord chat room, posh officers, discounts on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise, and the poshness of supporting the TCS even more. This is just £4.99 a month. Our third level was inspired by many of our fans who have been supporting the channel massively. So we'd love to reward you back with this, and our third level of membership is the Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron. This gives you a more personal experience with me and Ted, with exclusive live streams and content. You'll get a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch, a private Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron Discord chat room, a gold colour Discord username, and a higher discount on all of our Ted Coningsby merchandise. All this for just £25.99 a month. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, the Ted Coningsby channel cannot thank you enough for all your support, and it's this support that keeps the dream, keeps the stream. Thank you so much. Ah, yeah.
Go, go, go.